Call to order the March 10th, 2021 regular meeting of the NASHOBA Regional School Committee. At this time, I would ask that those who so choose, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of
the
United States of America
and to
to the republic
for which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and
liberty
justice
and for all.
Okay. You know what? When I used to do that as a principal, I always used to say, please be seated. It's all I can do not to say that. You may be seated, but everybody's sitting. Okay. So we do have two citizens' comments tonight. I'm going to start with one that we received on March 4th from Karen and Bert Gould, who live in Lancaster. To the members of the NASHOBA Regional School Committee, please read this letter into the public record at the next school committee meeting. Holding a teacher development day on the second day of our Thursday-Friday cohort returns to the high school classroom in almost a year is the epitome of arrogance and insensitivity to the frustration of most of the district's parents are experiencing. In the infinite wisdom of the many people who collectively make decisions of this kind, a more appropriate day, such as a Wednesday, could not have been selected. I will do everything in my power to advocate school choice and the portability of every child's educational appropriation that I possibly can in the coming months and years to remove the jackboot off the necks of both the parents and students of the NASHOBA Regional School District that this decision symbolizes. The arrogance and insensitivity of the NASHOBA Regional School Committee is truly mind-boggling. Respectfully, Albert Ira Gould. Okay. And now I'm happy to welcome Liz Davis Edwards, who has a citizen's comment for us as well. It's all yours, Liz.
All right, thank you. Hey guys, it's been a while. This has been a rough year for everyone in the world, but tonight I want to focus on our community. First, I want to acknowledge that this community is largely one of great privilege. A quote I recently saw said something like, "We're not in the same boat, but we are in the same storm." My comments today reflect my view on the storm from that boat with humble recognition that we are lucky to be here, but with validation for the challenges we have nonetheless faced. Like maybe all of us here, I will never forget going into Market Basket for the first time with a mask on. It seemed otherworldly and frankly a bit scary. And once inside, I experienced something I had, thanks God, never experienced before: scarcity. That was crazy too. And then the schools shut down, and the restaurants and the shops and the library, and there were curfews and rising numbers and rising tempers and rising fears. This new reality has spawned a sort of generosity and creativity and courage that we've never seen before. Drive-through birthday parties and food distributions fueled by massive donations to those in need from individuals and corporations. Families doing TikToks together and finding all kinds of cool ways to spend time as a family. A tidal wave of donations to local organizations that are quietly meeting the needs of our neighbors who are out of work or isolated. Our first Christmas car caroling and yes, car dancing. A newfound value for our seniors illustrated by concerts, chalk drawings, and snowmen spontaneously appearing outside our senior centers. And let's not forget the multi-town world-class mask making project that would rival any mass manufacturing facility, women sewing and distributing hundreds, if not thousands of masks to our neighbors for free. At the same time, some of us have watched our once happy, engaged, and busy kids fall into emotional pits that we don't know how to get them out of. Some of us are trying to work full-time and still care for those kids, or are ready to pull our hair out as we try to keep younger kids engaged on Zoom. Some of us are out of work and worried about how we're going to meet the needs of our financial obligations. Some of us have lost loved ones and are mourning in isolation. Some of us are experiencing severely strained family relationships. Some of us have found ourselves, for any one of these or 1,000 other reasons, in emotional pits of our own. And this has all happened in the context of a toxic and increasingly divisive political environment. Our school community at the heart of each of our towns has borne the brunt of this storm of fear. Our own fears for our kids, for our families, and for ourselves, and our justified anger at the many things that have gone wrong, have authored a new wave of judgment, finger pointing, and divisiveness, both in public and in private. I am not subtly calling anyone out here. In fact, I think it applies to most, if not all of us, myself included. Rather, I am here to call us back to something that I believe we already know. This is not who we are. When I looked up the word community, it said a feeling of fellowship. This is why I moved to this area 11 years ago, and this is what I've loved about living here ever since, that people look out for each other, for our kids, and even for our dogs and cats. From the moment I moved in, I had a host of people I could call if I was late for pickup or if my dog got out. I know I'm not alone here. So for what it's worth, my plea today to myself and to anyone who's listening is this. Let's remember the great lesson from this pandemic, that every action matters. And as we find ourselves on the doorstep of a new day for our schools and for our community, let's redouble our efforts at doing what we do best, being fellows and neighbors to each other. Let's cut more slack, remember the unseen battles being fought, reach out and give each other more room for our best and for our worst. Let's listen more and talk less, which is hard for me. Let's show up for every need and conversation, but not for every argument. There's so much work to do and there are major challenges still ahead. No doubt we will disagree and it will always be messy, but at the heart of it is a community of good parents and amazing students, world-class teachers and self-sacrificing leaders who are trying their best to do what they think is right. May we draw on our shared strength as we work together to rebuild our kids, our families, and our schools until we are all better off than we were before. And maybe in the process, we will rediscover the best of ourselves, our common unity once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before we proceed with the agenda, Brooke has a video that she would like to share with the committee. So Brooke, if you could tee it up and then we'll be happy to watch it.
I will, and I think it kind of harkens back to exactly what Liz was just saying. I think, you know, remembering why we're here, remembering what we do well, and watching this video. And Todd and his team pulled this video together, and we showed it as the finale on Friday, and it is linked to our website, and it's linked to the superintendent's report. So if you want to take another look at it, feel free to do it. So it's on our website. So Todd, do you want to speak just briefly about this, and then we'll show it. And you'll want to sit back because it'll take a few minutes.
Sure. So, you know, obviously our professional day of development took place on Friday. It was enormously successful, but in all of the ways in which we tried to pull a virtual day together, you know, we recognized that it was going to be hard to, you know, bring students and our entire community together like we normally do. So we wanted to reach out to each one of our schools, and with the help of principals and teachers and students and all of our stakeholders, what we did was we put together a series of basically student voices and student work across the entire district around our theme of NASHOBA fostering belonging. So this was the culmination. This was an asynchronous activity for our teachers. So we're even engaging our teachers in synchronous and asynchronous activities as students themselves. But this was the culmination to the day on Friday and just a really great way to end. So I'd like to share it with you folks now. And then as Brooke said, we will link it to the website. It's also linked in the superintendent's report as well. And we will share it with the community. Okay, so so that was the culmination of Friday's day, and obviously the theme was NASHOBA, fostering belonging. And for those of you who have been to our PD day, we always try to end the day with some student showcases. We always do a variety of student showcases in our gymnasiums with a variety of different disciplines and activities that they're doing. And so you'll recall that this year the focus was really supposed to be on implementing all of our social emotional, professional training from last year into the classrooms and impacting our students this year. And we're still working on doing that in certainly limited capacity. But we just want to thank everybody for the outreach they did with students and putting this together in all of our buildings and across the district. And just a huge thanks to my teaching and learning team who just always go the extra mile in putting things like this together. So thank you for watching, and we'll certainly make it available for the entire NASHOBA community.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. And we'll talk more about the Friday during his report.
It's so good to see the kids and to hear from them. And we appreciate, again, I know we'll talk more about it during the teaching and learning report. But last Friday was an incredible day. So thanks. Before I get into the agenda, it appears that if folks were watching the YouTube in real time, they didn't have sound. And I'm told that that's because the music in that video was copyrighted and YouTube will not broadcast it if there's the appropriate permission. So again, if they see it on our website, if folks want to see it on the website, then they can hear the music and listen to the kids. So thanks. Okay, I want to start off by saying that if there are no objections, I would like to change the order of the agenda. So as you can see that we have a lot of work to do tonight. And so I'm trying to front load things that have the potential to go quickly. So the consent agenda will be next. Then after the consent agenda, we're going to do the subcommittee reports. And we only have a couple of those, I think. After that will be this, the school committee chair updates. After that, the superintendent's report. Following the superintendent's report, we'll do new business, and then we will wrap up with unfinished business before we wind down and look at items for the next agenda. So if there are no objections, we will proceed. So right now we need to, Elaine, I think you have a, excuse me. You have a motion for the consent agenda?
I do. I move to approve the consent agenda of March 10th, 2021, containing the meeting minutes of February 24th, 2021, and FY22 budget public hearing minutes of March 3rd, 2021, and the warrants of March 12th, 2021.
Do I have a second, please? Stephen is seconding. Okay, I will call the roll. Leah?
Yes.
Elaine?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Rich?
I'm abstaining.
Brett?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
And me, yes. Okay. So then the next item is subcommittee reports. Steve, do you have a report for budget and warrant?
That will come later when we do our budget, when we
Okay.
deal with the budget.
Okay. I know personnel will come later when we do the superintendent search. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes.
Okay. And Leah, do you have anything for policy?
Nope, policy has nothing to report.
Thank you. Well, that was quick. Okay. So next are the school committee chair updates. With regard to the negotiation subcommittee, at the February 10th meeting, I had indicated that the NREA had sent us notice that they were ready to begin negotiations. And at that meeting, I asked for interested parties to come forward if they wanted to be on the negotiations committee. Steve Rubenstein let me know that he was interested. And I had indicated that as chair, I would be representing Lancaster on that committee. So could people please check their noise I hear? I don't know, someone playing the cello?
It might be a good idea for everybody to mute unless they're talking.
Unless you're speaking, yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, so we need to approve the negotiation committee. And we actually have our first meeting tomorrow. So could I please have a motion to approve the membership of the negotiation committee?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Moved.
Who so moved? Was that Joseph?
Yes, I moved
Okay.
that, Madam Chairman, yeah.
Can I have a second, please?
I'll second it.
All right, that was Mary seconding. Any discussion, question? Seeing none, I will call the vote.
Sorry, Kathy, I raised my hand late.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leah, go ahead.
That's okay. Quick question. Do you think that it's prudent to have a Bolton member or is it typical to just have two?
There is no, usually more than one. I had let the folks from Bolton know that there was an opening and no one was interested. So
Totally
yeah, no, but typically yes, but we have had them with just two people in the past. Okay, Mike?
Point of correction, it's not, personally, it's not that I'm not interested. I'm actually quite interested. I simply don't have the bandwidth. I know that this is.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I didn't hear of anybody that was interested. Go ahead.
I'm just acknowledging that I realize how much of a time commitment this is and how important this is, and I would love to be a part of it.
Okay.
I personally just am not able to.
Okay. You know, and again, maybe it was a poor choice of words, but I didn't hear from anybody. Okay. So, any other questions or comments? Okay, so I vote yes. Amy?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Rich?
I abstain.
Joseph?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Elaine?
Yes.
And Leah?
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And just a reminder that the negotiation committee is like the other subcommittees. We don't make any decisions unilaterally, but we bring recommendations forward to the school committee and also reports on progress. And with the negotiation committee, that work is done in executive session. So we will be reporting out and keeping folks up to date. Okay. So, all right. So the next item of business is the superintendent search. So this next part has a lot of like moving parts. So please be patient and, you know, we'll figure everything out. And I'm going to turn it over to Mary, but she and I will be going back and forth.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, take it away, Mary.
All right, so I'll start with the Personnel Subcommittee report, and that we met on 3/4, and that is Kathy, Codianne, and I. We do have recommendations for you for consideration of the composition of the screening committee, as well as the letters to the community, different constituencies, as well as the application. And usually what we bring to you is how we voted, and that is a recommendation with a motion. However, we're not doing that in this case because we had said to you that although we have a recommendation, and you'll see that, we had said we would bring it to the school committee with options. And so that's what we're doing. So this is a little bit not following completely the straight protocol, but it just seems to make the most sense. And one of the things that we began with, and Kathy will talk a little bit about this, is the policy that has to do with school committee and advisories. And that's where we began. Then we looked at the historical aspect of 2016, all the way back 5 years, to what was done in that search, and the composition of the committee. The search and screening committee, we know, are synonymous. However, this, just to define again, that the screening committee will be looking at applications and coming up with the finalists for us through interviews and through the process. However, and I can't underscore this enough, the decision on the new superintendent of schools is ours as a school committee. It is completely ours. However, we, and I think I speak for everyone on the committee, we are trying to have as many avenues as possible for all of our different constituents and stakeholders to have a say in what the description is, in terms of the profile of the kind of superintendent, the attributes that we want in terms of a superintendent, as well as ways to participate in the forums. And I want to just put a little plug in for the survey. Make sure that people fill out that survey. That's vitally important too. But the decision, and that's why we have done this a little differently from the subcommittee, the decision is the whole school committee's decision. So with that, I would ask Kathy you're going to put up some of these documents for us to look at. Perhaps first you would talk about the policy.
Okay.
Just to outline a little.
I'm not going to read the policy. I'm sure you all read it before the meeting, and if I gave a pop quiz, you'd all get A's on it. But in the school committee manual, it differentiates between subcommittees of the school committee, advisory committees of the school committee, and a liaison either to the school committee or a school committee liaison to another committee. So basically, that this is a task force. The task we have is to screen candidates for the position of superintendent, and it is the school committee who makes appointments to those, to the advisory. For the subcommittees, people indicate an interest, and then the chair appoints, and then the school committee approves those appointments. But this is a little bit different. And I think it's similar to what we did when we did the building committee. So with that, I am going to share the screen, which is always dicey for me. Let me see, what am I looking for? Not that. No, let's try this. Okay, share. Okay, can everybody see that? And Mary?
Okay.
I'm going to ask that if there are questions and stuff, you handle that. So anyway, there was a mistake on this that, despite the fact that I've looked at this at least 50 times, Mary found the mistake today. So this is where we were in 2016. And this was based on MASC's recommendation. The makeup, school admin, central office person, 3 teachers, 1 from each level. And then here on the document I sent you, it said school committee member optional. That's wrong. And that's why I underlined this. So at the time in 2016, there were 2 members of the school committee who served on the screening committee. And then, you can see the membership that we created over here. And we actually didn't have a community member on the committee. So we had a group of 11 people. MASC and Dorothy Pressa will facilitate the work of the screening committee, and that is articulated in our calendar, and you'll see it also articulated in the letter. to families in the community. And then the other thing that's important, because we are working with someone from MASC, is that they predetermine all of the dates to fit their schedule. The process is confidential, and the search organization does the reference checks at this point. When it gets down to the finalist level, there may be some other involvement by members of the school committee in looking at references, but that's way ahead. So just so that we could organize our thinking, we set this up and talked about it at our meeting last week, and just saw Mary and I where we stood about the committee. And I sent this to you ahead of time. And so this is where we landed. And as Mary said, we usually come forward with a recommendation, but the nature of this is such that we really need to see where everyone is before a decision. So we weren't comfortable, even though we agreed on this, it doesn't represent, doesn't have to represent what the committee ultimately decides to do. So the other thing I will share with you, if I can do that. Oh, that's not, is that it? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. So what we thought we would do tonight, and hopefully this would work, because Leah did such a great job when we were doing the building committee and helping us get organized and thinking about, you know, who should be on it, etc. So this might seem sort of cumbersome, but I couldn't think of any other way to try to work through it. If we could just see where we all are in terms of, you know, membership on the committee. So what I would like to do is go line by line this way. And if you think that we should have a town administrator on it, just say, you know, yes, and the assumption is that there would be one, but if it's a different number, tell me. If you don't, then I will just put 0 there. Does everyone understand how to play the game? Are we ready? Okay.
Well,
oh, what, Mary?
So I just wanted to ask whether we were going to go through and talk a little bit about our thinking.
Sure.
On the first rather before this. Maybe
Okay.
you can put both. I seem to have a little bit of room on my screen that you might be able to put.
I get
it. Oh, good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Mary.
All right. So I want to thank, and I know I've done this, that I have thanked Kathy Codianne, but I just want to emphasize that we're as far as we are and really doing well on this process because Kathy not only had the experience of being on the school committee at the time of the hiring of our current superintendent, Brooke, but also she was able to retain so many of these documents and then go and research and be able to even fill in to the people who were actually on the committee. So we have a historical perspective here, which didn't exist anywhere else. And we'll be careful to keep this going forward. So we have templates, we have what was done before. And so as we look at 2021, I also want to say that I did a little research and went back to that 2016 school committee and to membership who would have the most knowledge of this. And the message that I received was that Kathy Codianne would be the person who had the most knowledge. And luckily for us, we have Kathy. And so I just can't emphasize that enough. But that was my research, and that's the only thing I found. Go to Kathy. So when we're talking about the 2021 options, the town official, we put yes, and we would invite all of the 3 town administrators to apply, but then put that decision as to which one of the 3 would be the person who would be on the committee. If the committee so chooses, we would leave that up to the town administrators. Now in school committee membership, we had mentioned before, Dorothy Presser had recommended at least one school committee member from each town. And whereas it was 2 in 2016, we have 11 members now. So we're justified to have more. And what I think is important for all of us to understand is it would be great if we have at least one from each of our 3 towns. But then again, we all represent all of the children and the teachers and the families in all 3 towns. And so if there were a town that had more than one member, we could certainly have more than 3. In fact, Dorothy Presser said that we could have as many as we wanted up to a quorum. Now, I don't believe that's going to happen because as we think about the workload of people on this committee, people are working very hard in lots and lots of areas. But just to say that we are not limited to 3 school committee members. Central office, 1 member is what we were recommending. School administration, specifically a principal, one principal, and in those categories, they would make their desire known to superintendent's office, and the superintendent would let us know about those positions. Teachers goes to the Teachers Association, and with the hope that there would be an elementary, middle, and high school teacher representative. Parents, I'm sure there's going to be some discussion on this, but that we'd have 1 member from Bolton, Lancaster, and Stow, and the way that it was done last time was through a lottery to be fair. A community member, and the only reason that there wasn't a community member last time, everything was set up for a lottery, but there wasn't a community member who came forward. We're hoping that there will be, and again, that would be through lottery and an application process. Whereas we are completely in favor of student voice. However, the recommendation, Dorothy Presser said that in some communities they have students and it works. In others, other communities, it depends a lot on the student, but also as I think of our students, and chances are it would be a high school student, and what this school year has been, and that it will intensify in terms of activities. That I hope that there's going to be so many more activities that especially high school students will be able to really participate in. Being able to commit to all of the dates could be very difficult, and we thought about the fact that there will be forums with the finalists that students can participate in, because student voice is very important. And certainly if students, as being members of families, want to participate in any of the forums, the family forums, parent-family forums, they can certainly do that too. And then whereas, so we're already up to between 13 and 14. And originally Dorothy Presser had said about 11 to 13. It doesn't have to be an odd number. It could be an even number. And we're certainly committed as a district and a school committee to diversity. And if we have a diversity consultant, in an ideal situation, we would have a diversity consultant perhaps do an orientation for the whole screening committee. However, we do have a consultant. We have a consultant from MASC, and we do have an awareness and of our commitment to diversity. And so what we put is not specifically as a member, but certainly this is a perspective that needs to be vitally integrated in the screening process. And we've spoken to Dorothy Presser about this already, and certainly we have talked about this, and we expect that this would be a topic that we would talk to the whole screening committee about and give guidelines. So the recommendation is 13 to 14, and it could go up a little bit more because we're not in any way trying to curtail any school committee members' desire to participate on the screening committee, with the caveat that this is initial, and although finalists will be determined, the full decision is our school committee will be making that final decision. So every one of us will have a say in who will be our next superintendent. So with that, I turn it back over to Kathy.
Thanks, Mary. Let me see if I can move this over. Hang on. Here we are. Okay. So my thought was to move across the committee, and then if there are comments or notes, make them down here if we get stuck on something. And then we can see where the majority of folks end up. Okay. All right, let's try this and see. Okay, so town administrator, Amy.
Yeah, I believe that we need at least one. I'd actually be in favor of having more than one, to be honest. And so are we going to go across each person by position? Is that what?
No, I'm gonna start with the town administrator. So Brett's next. But
Okay.
let me write the notes. Hang on. More than one. Hang on.
Just, I guess my feeling is as a regional school district, the buy-in of including the town administrators in this process may pay dividends in the long run. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me make sure this is all aligned left. Okay, good. All right, Brett.
I'm good with one.
Okay. Rich,
I'm fine with one.
Joseph,
Madam Chairman, I have a very brief and quick question before I give my response, and it's directed to the superintendent. And I'd like to know from the superintendent, and it's a very simple yes or no question. When the town of Stow hired their town administrator, was she part of the selection committee for that hire?
She's not in the meeting right now, Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry. What an idiot. Well, I guess my question then is, was the superintendent part of the Stow selection committee or screening committee? Or if there was one?
I do not believe she was.
Okay, then my answer would be no.
so that's 0.
0.
Okay. Mike,
I'm fine with one.
it's Mary. Sharon,
I'm fine with one.
okay, and Steve,
I would go along with Joe, 0.
Elaine,
So I'm fine with 1. I know we're doing this row by row, but it is sort of a negotiation of all things. I think there's some overlap with the town administrator and another position on here. So I'll reserve those comments for the other position, but I don't necessarily think we need both.
okay, thank you. Leah,
I'm fine with 1. I would just qualify that by saying that I like to see all of the town administrators be involved. And because we currently have one town administrator involved on the building committee, I would be interested in perhaps having a different town administrator participate on this committee, just to make sure that we have, we share the wealth there.
sure. Okay, so I got Leah, okay. And so we have 9 yeses and 2 noes, and Amy would like to see more than 1, but it sounds like that there is interest in having more than 1 town administrator involved. And again, there's the screening committee, but then there will be forums when we have the final list. So perhaps there's 1 town administrator that's on the screening committee, but all 3 could have a meeting with the finalists. That could be set up as part of the process. So please.
I believe your no should have 2 in it.
That what should?
No, the no column should have a number 2 in it.
Thanks. You're right. There it is. Okay. School committee members. I am fine with 4, but as long as if more people had an interest and could do it, as long as we're not a quorum, and that is 6, that's a possibility. But I put 4 down because it's a nice even number. Amy.
Yeah, I'm fine with, whoops, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It said, I got a message saying I was still muted, so I was confused. Yeah, I'm okay with 4. I'm making an assumption that one of those members is the chairperson of this committee, right?
Of the PSC that has
No,
yet to be.
of the screening committee. Is that?
Well, it would make sense for a member of the school committee to be the chair. This is my opinion, just as a member of the school committee is the chair of the building committee.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brett
I am good with 4.
and Rich
I'm fine with 4.
and Joseph.
Madam Chairman, 3, 1 from each of the 3 sending communities.
Is that yours? 3? Okay. And Mike?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Gleason. I think that there's no need for more than 1 per town. So I think 3 is fine.
Okay. Sharon?
I'm good with 4.
And Steve?
3.
Elaine?
Yeah, I think 3 is plenty as well, considering the entire school committee will do the whole second half of the process in
Okay.
music, a lot of overlap.
Okay. And then Leah?
So I'm not totally convinced of this, but here's my thinking. I had always assumed that Mary would be on the screening committee, and this is just my opinion. I might be wrong. And I always viewed her position on the screening committee as one of director, where she wouldn't necessarily be able to like really support or focus completely on her role as a Bolton rep.
Mhm.
And so then I would, if I said 4, it would be under the condition that it would be Mary plus 1 from each town.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking about that.
Thank you for saying that, Leah, because I think that's what I was thinking but hadn't been able to articulate. So thank you.
Okay. Oop. I can take that.
Kathy, may I make just to
Yeah.
say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had I would, when the time's right, say that I would like to be in that role. However, I thought if we were doing 3, 1 from each town, perhaps if I chaired, I could be ex officio. That isn't possible. Every one of us will be, whomever that is, on the screening committee has to be a voting member. But when it comes time, I really appreciate that, that confidence, and I would really like to do that, but we're not going to make that decision right now. But that was, I thought I had a way to have 1 from each community and chair, but Dorothy said, no, just go with 4. So thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move on? So we had 7 people who were in favor of 4, and then 3 people who were in favor of 3. So now central office, and I think Mary may have mentioned it. Information is sent through the superintendent's office to members of the central office staff, and then they indicate interest. They work it out amongst themselves and then send information to the PSC as to who's going to be on the screening committee. So we are not determining who, we are determining how many. So I had said 1, Amy?
Yes, that sounds good.
And Brett?
Yeah, 1.
And Rich?
Yes, sounds good.
Joseph,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and Sharon,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Elaine,
Yeah, that's fine.
and Leah.
Yes, one.
Okie dokie. So now we're on to school administration, which would be one of the principals. And again, they would get the information through the superintendent's office, and then I'm sure that they would decide amongst themselves, and then that information would come forward to the PSC. So Amy,
Yes, yep,
Brett,
Yes.
Rich,
Yes.
Joseph,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Elaine.
Yep.
And Leah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now teachers. Again, information goes out to the teaching staff through the NREA, and then the NREA will send the individuals who will be on the screening committee to the PSC. And as last time, we are recommending one teacher from each level. So that would be 3. Amy?
yes.
Oop. How did I do that? Wait, that's 0. My thing was in the wrong place. Okay, so now, school administration. Right, so now there we are. All right, so Amy is 3, yes. Brett?
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Mike?
I realize I'm outnumbered here, but I actually think it would be wise to have one teacher from each primary level in each town, and then one from the high school, since it's our only regionalized building, and has sort of a different culture to it. So I actually think 4 is preferable.
Okay. Sharon?
3 is good.
Steve?
3.
Elaine?
I'm fine with 3, but I did like Mike's suggestion.
3 or 4?
3.
And Leah?
Can I ask Mike to just state again what he's suggesting?
Sure. I think it's a good idea to have representatives from both the elementary and middle school levels, and we can sort of make sure that we have representatives of each. But I like the idea of having one teacher from each town building at, mixing up the elementary and middle school level, but then one teacher representing the high school, because it's our regionalized school. So it's obviously where all 3 towns come together and kind of have a different feel there.
Leah?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one because I think teachers rock and they have great opinions. So
Can I just to clarify, everybody will get another bite at the apple, and
Thank
they'll
you.
be with more inclusive. This is just to screen applications and make a recommendation. And again, MASC's recommendation is to keep it, they said 12, we have got it up to 14. I mean, if you want to have it on the record that you think 4, that's fine. But I just want people to know that there will be a lot of opportunities to give input when we get down to the finalist level.
awesome. And I also just wanted to say that I think balance is important in the end of this conversation. So I would want to kind of circle back and maybe even adjust what I voted on. I want to make sure that there is like a good amount of administrators and a good amount of teachers and a good amount of community members. I want balance in the committee. So I'm going to say 3 teachers for now, but I reserve judgment.
Sure, but remember, the other point that MASC made was to make sure there's a balance between educators and non-educators. And when we start adding to those categories, the committee, it gets too big. So that's just my 2 cents worth. So we have 10 and 1. Okay. So the next thing is parents. The number of parents, and then we can talk about after. Let's get through what we think, and then we can talk about. I know that there have been some emails about qualifications and looking at specific groups being represented, and I'd like to save that for after we sort of get our numbers down to see where folks are about that. So a parent, and last time, as I said, there were 3, 1 from each community. So Amy?
Well, I was actually going to ask some clarifying questions about the selection process, because to me, it looks like the application is really just checking off which one of these groups you fit into, and then it's going to be a lottery system.
So
But
Amy, we haven't approved, that's a draft. So when we finish this, depending upon what we decide, then we work on the draft. So if there are other ideas that folks have, but this is the night that people on the committee weigh in, and then the majority will decide. So
I think the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because for me, the number of parents we have on the committee is dependent on how well they represent the parent group. 1 parent per town may, depending on how we choose which parents are on this committee, may not be enough. Because so I think that's why, to me, those conversations go hand in hand, and it's hard for me to decide whether 3 is appropriate, like 1 parent per town. So I also am sensitive to the fact that we can't get this, we can't grow this committee too large. So I think maybe can I reserve judgment on the
I'm
number?
just going to suggest as we come back, let's go on to community member and then circle around and come back. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Community member, Amy.
Yeah, I think 1, we need at least 1. I just have a feeling that you're going to get, this will be a category where there will be more than 1. I know we didn't get anybody to fill this last time, but yes, at least 1. That's my caveat.
Okay. Brett?
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Mike?
Yep, 1's fine.
Sharon?
Yes.
Steve?
I don't think we really need one. 0.
Elaine?
I actually say 0 as well. I think the perspective of someone from one of the towns without children in the district could be accomplished by the town administrator. And I think there's other groups that need representation more.
Okay. And Leah?
So I would absolutely agree with Steve and Elaine. I was going to say the same exact thing. I think you, by virtue of having 4 school committee members and 3+ parents, you already have 7 community members on the board who are highly invested in this process.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we need an at-large community member, and we can reserve the spot.
Okay. Students? Amy?
I'm going to amend my community member at large number and put it towards the student representation spot. So
No, 7, so that's 7, and then this is 4. Okay. Brett,
Yes to 0.
and Rich,
My colleagues are convincing and persuasive. 0.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
My colleagues are convincing and persuasive.
That part, I didn't hear which colleagues, 0 or 1.
0.
Thank you. Joseph,
0.
Mike,
I think we would be, as a committee, incredibly remiss to keep student voice out of a process that directly impacts them. I am in favor of at least 1, probably as many as 3, 1 from each town.
Sharon,
I think 0.
Steve,
0.
Elaine,
1.
and Leah.
So I say 1, and I think it would be a great opportunity for the student who was elected to serve on this committee to serve if she so feels that's appropriate.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and who didn't vote? Steve. Why don't I have
Voted.
you?
Oh, I said 0.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you. So we have 1,
Should be 8 and 3, right?
8, and 3. Is that what it is? 1, 2, 3, 4,
4 yeses.
4.
6, 7 voted for 0, which is, and it shouldn't be, it should be like my majority here. Let me change that. In terms of
Yeah.
point of view. Okay?
7 and 4.
All right.
Okay.
It's 7 and 4. Okay, and now we have other diversity consultant. Amy?
I'm in favor of including a member of, I guess I'm a little unclear, a diversity consultant. I know you said that they can be part of the orientation for the screening committee, but I'd like to see them play a larger role. And I don't know how to achieve that given the categories that we have, unless we're saying that by diversity consultant, does that imply that they are not a community member and it's somebody that we're hiring to put on the community? I just.
Well, I ran this by MASC, Dorothy Presser, and she said to me, you've hired MASC to be your consultant. You're going to have 2 consultants. And, you know, I hadn't thought about that. There was suggestion that perhaps at the orientation, there'd be someone who is trained, if you will, to speak to how you look at resumes with an eye towards diversity and other issues. And so it would be another body on the committee. If you're on the committee, then the understanding is that you're a full member and you get to vote. We haven't designated anybody as a non-voting member. And I think that can be problematic. So, I mean, that's my opinion. But certainly if folks wanted some training at the screening committee orientation relative to how you screen applications with an eye for issues related to equity and diversity, then that's probably doable.
So the way that you, the recommendation that you and Mary as the personnel subcommittee have come to the full committee with is that you have a 0 here. So does that mean that you are not recommending having the diversity consultant be on the committee, but have them be a part of the orientation process?
Correct. That's what we decided, yes. But other people, that's our opinion. And again, that's why we're going through this process.
And could this diversity consultant come from a local, like the NASHOBA Alliance for Social Justice or something like that?
That would be a whole other thing to determine, because then if they're a consultant, is there a fee associated with that? We've budgeted money for, MASC. So that's to be determined. But I think that there are enough resources in the district. I'm thinking of a couple of individuals that live in the towns that might be able to play this role in helping the screening committee look at these issues.
I'm in favor of putting this person on the committee, or this group or consultant or whatever. So put me down.
On the committee?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Elaine, we'll get to you. Let me go through Brett.
0.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Fine.
Oh, wait, which chair? Mary's the chair of this.
I'm sorry for you, Kathy.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if, I see Steve and Elaine's hands up. I wonder if they have information that should be provided, or perspective that could be provided before we all vote.
Sure. Okay, thank you. All right, Elaine?
Okay, thanks. What I was going to say is that I think this whole concept came about. I went to one of the previous personnel subcommittee meetings and asked if there would be anti-bias training, and was basically told that there wasn't going to be time for that. Needless to say, I didn't take that well, and brought up this idea that if the process needs to be confidential, which I totally understand, not debating that, and if community members are going to be chosen by lottery, that we can't leave this up to chance. It's too important. And therefore dedicating a spot for somebody with this type of expertise. And if we have more than one of them living in our communities, we can certainly do it by lottery, was really important. And I think that's the context of the background of this, of where this came from.
So if you want a qualification of somebody, I'm concerned about having 2 people designated as consultants. So we have MASC, and then is the role consultant or parent? I mean, think that's what we have to think about. So, so what is your, I've under the notes, Elaine, what would you like me to include there?
I just wanted to give some background of why we were even talking about this, but I think it is specifically tied to this process of a lottery, because you can't guarantee certain skill sets. I know you'll get to me in terms of a vote, and I have an opinion on that one for this, but that's where things get tricky.
Yep. Okay, Steve.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is the way you've got it listed here. I might like to see a diversity advocate on the committee, and that would not make it a consultant, but would actually, be inclusive within the committee as one of the specialties, like a teacher or a parent or a central office person. And therefore, I would like to see maybe the title. Okay, you've already done it. As an advocate, a diversity advocate, and I think there are people within the community. Obviously, Elaine knows them more than I do, but I think that it's an important piece on this particular search as we move forward. As the diversity subcommittee becomes more active, I think that an advocate from that point of view is important to have on the committee as a regular committee member.
Okay, thank you. So where am I? Oh, Rich Eckel?
I'm here.
What
are you seeking?
We're talking about whether or not to include a diversity advocate on the committee.
I'm fine with that. I defer to my colleagues who have professed thoughtful ideas here.
Thank you. Joseph?
Yeah, I'll concur with Mr. Eckel. That's fine. 1 is fine.
Mike?
Yes.
Mary? Sorry. That's 10. Mary gets more votes than anybody. Okay, all right. So Sharon?
I would like to have a diversity advocate.
Okay. And Steve?
Yes.
And Elaine?
Yes, I'd like to see him as a full member.
Okay. And then who's that? Leah?
So I'm going to also say 1, which I'm very happy to see everybody else is agreeing. But if we wouldn't mind, I'm very interested in it being focused not only on diversity, but also inclusion, because we want to make sure that we're not just looking for candidates that can promote diversity, but candidates who can include and pay special attention to our special populations.
Yep. Sorry, I'm screwing this up. Okay. All right. So we left off at parents, and so there seems to be a so if we have not really put 3 in, so if I look at the columns that don't have it, 3 parents would make it 15 here, 15 here. That's Mary, 15. So we're getting into large territory here. There is and again, in the past, it was a random lottery. There seems to be interest in bringing people to the screening committee who possess a certain affiliation or a skill set. So that's what I think we need to talk about. And if that's the case, then what our application would need to look like. Now, that being said, part of what the application says, and that I think we went over before, but there is that, and it's similar to a protocol that we have. I understand and agree that my responsibility is to serve in an advisory capacity to the school committee. I am not representing a constituency or my own interests. I think that's important to understand, that this is a collaboration, not someone advocating for a particular point of view. There's a difference in my mind about bringing expertise to a table and then trying to skew it, the decision one way or another, based on, your position or whatever. Now, in line with that, there are the 2 groups that have emerged in terms of looking for a place at the table are parents of special education students and people interested in having a diversity advocate. So I think we need to again be cognizant of the numbers. For example, if we said we were going to have 3 parents, and instead of looking at the town, we looked at a skill set. So we asked people to apply, and I mean, whatever we decide it's going to be, but who have experience as a diversity advocate or something like that. So right now what we have on the committee is the town administrator, 4 school committee members, 1 central office person. We have a principal, we have 3 teachers, and 1 community member, 1 student, and then a diversity advocate. So those are the decisions that we have made. We have to go back now to talk about parents. Now, again, you might have a diversity advocate who's a parent. But are there other groups that you are thinking about in terms of looking for a particular type of expertise? So we have the different groups. So let me see, let me get out of here. Oh, sorry. Where is it? Where'd it go? Screen sharing. This is what happens to me. I'm so sorry. It's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Hello. Okay, so now we have it.
Kathy, quickly on the student line item, I think you need to flip the numbers.
Okay, yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will. Hang in. All right, good. So student, so it's 4.
Yeah.
And then, whoop. Wait a minute, students. So this is 4, and then this is 7. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. All right, yeah, okay, wait. Is that right, Leah?
Yeah, that having a student was the minority opinion.
Yeah. Okay. So, so if we're looking for groups or representation without adding to the bottom line, if you will. So we want someone who can represent diversity interests. All right. Other groups that you feel we should invite, Leah?
I was going to say that when you're looking at the parent groups, you might want to inquire how many children the parent has in the district, because if a parent represents multiple levels, right? Like I'm not saying I'll be on the committee, but I have kids in every school. And I think that parent perhaps should be put on the committee, you know, if other things are all equal. The whole kill multiple birds with one stone.
I
Sorry.
hear you. Other? Elaine?
Someone wrote in about the CPAC today, and I thought that was a really good point.
Yep. Amy, and Mary, I can't see everybody. So if you see somebody's hand up that I can't see, I did see Amy's hand.
Yeah, two thoughts on this. We also got, I think we're addressing one of the concerns that we received emails about with incorporating, if our committee incorporates a diversity advocate, because I saw at least 1 or 2 emails about that. But my other concern with leaving this up to a lottery or not having a system for selecting which parents are on the committee is that we have so many parents living in our communities who bring special expertise to this process. We have building administrators, superintendents, parents who check the box for parents, but also bring another area of expertise to this. And I don't know how we will take that into account in the process that has been.
So what if there were something, so what I hear people saying, and we haven't asked the question about lottery versus selecting based on criteria. So that's what I hear. I think I hear that people would rather have set criteria and make selections based on that criteria. Is that a fair assumption?
That is true for me.
All right, let me just ask since we're all here. So that's what I hear. Amy, is that what you are thinking?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Brett, lottery versus looking for specific qualifications or expertise?
Well, I think if you just put that as a job description and then the lottery.
So we'll get more than one person, say, who is a parent of a special ed student. And so that's when we would go into the lottery. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, got it. Rich?
I like how Brett thinks.
Thank you. Joseph?
Madam Chairman, I don't look at this as rocket science, and I think every parent in the district has an equally vested interest in the outcome of this. I would suggest pure lottery.
Thank you. And Mike?
I think I like the opportunity for equity in a lottery, but I think it also runs the risk of potentially populating a committee with individuals that may be sort of half-heartedly interested. So I like the idea of vetting more through skill sets or backgrounds.
Thank you. Mary, any comment?
Just that the lottery is the most equitable way, and certainly some of our parents who are educators, if they get picked, they get picked. But Dorothy did stress that we want to make sure that we have equal number of parents and educators on the committee. So I think lottery is the most fair, equitable way to do this. And I also want to say that it's wonderful that so many parents are interested in this. And I hope that some of those parents, I mean, we have a school committee election, and I'm glad Mike is running. At this point, it doesn't seem as if anybody else is running. And next year, when I'm off, I hope people will run for school committee and not just press to be on certain committees that are short term. This is a long-term deal for our students in our district.
Thank you, Mary. Sharon?
I'm conflicted because I can see the merits of both sides, but I think that a lottery in the end is going to be the cleanest and fairest way to do it.
Steve?
I think that a lottery is the fairest way. While it would be nice if the people who won the lottery had certain skills that we might find useful, who wants to pick them if they're not on a lottery? Who wants to put their neck out there to be the selecting, particularly in our 3 vocal communities? So I think a lottery is the fairest way.
It would be me and Mary, and then once we make the decisions,
Goodbye.
we're gonna leave town. Okay. Elaine?
So I think a lottery is transparent, very transparent, but I don't think it's equitable, because I think the underlying goal is for the process to be unbiased. And I think a lottery leaves a lot of potential, good intent, but a lot of potential for the process to be very biased. You could wind up with 3 parents that all, have kids the same age, or all come from the same background, or all the same socioeconomic status. Like, I think that it's a lot harder to do it the other way, as Amy suggested, but I think the way to get the most voices to the table is to basically what Amy was talking about. And because the process has to be confidential, I think it's really important.
Okay. And then Leah.
So Kathy, I'd like to quickly defer to Amy. I don't know if you can see her hand, but before I vote, could I?
I'm sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Leah. No, that's okay. I just wanted to go back to where we started from and acknowledge Brett's suggestion, because I think what was missing for me from this application is just some description of a skill set that might be desirable to be that we're searching for on the screening committee, similar to what we did when we sought applications for the building committee or other advisory committees or task forces that have been formed by the school committee. For the building committee, we said we're looking for architects or people with construction experience. So I think that's where the disconnect for me was, and I'm still in favor of vetting or somehow selecting candidates, but I did like Brett's suggestion of, applying for the position with and building our job description and then narrowing down the candidates based on those desired qualities. And if the lottery is how they end up getting chosen after that, that seems a lot more equitable.
Okay. Sharon?
Oh, it's to me, Kathy, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Everybody else went. So,
No, I saw Sharon's hand. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you were first and then Sharon. Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, Sharon. I didn't realize you had your hand up. I was just going to say I totally agree with Brett as well. I think that when all other things are equal, then you bring in the lottery. So if you have, a bunch of high school parents who apply, then you lottery out of that group. If you have a bunch of middle school parents who apply, or if you have a bunch of parents who have many children across the district, then you lottery it. But I would like to see some sort of criteria-based category system built first. And it can be very quick and simplistic, but then you lottery within that group so that we're not cherry picking individuals, we're cherry picking credentials.
Okay, so how many parents?
3.
I'm going to go down the list. Oh, I'm sorry, Sharon. I'm so sorry.
No, I was wanting to ask a question, and the question is, then are we willing to trade off saying we'll have a parent from each town and instead say we're looking for a parent representative of the community who is, has an eye towards diversity or an expertise with inclusion or a different criteria? Is that kind of where we're going with this?
That would sound like it. Elaine?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it sounds like. I think that's fair enough. If you have 4 school committee members with at least one from each town, I think that would help balance it. And I also want to say, I think I gave Amy credit where I meant to say Brett. Amy, not that you didn't say awesome things as well, but I meant to give Brett credit for my last comment. So just wanted to clear that up.
Okay. I'm just trying to add up what we have right here. Oh, God. See, when I'm by myself, everything works so well. Anyway, okay, so we got 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. So right here is 13. And then if we put 3 parents in, if we decide that we're going to go with 3 parents, then that's 16 people on the committee, a screening committee. Sharon?
We said no students, so why are you showing a student as?
I'm sorry, no students. I'm sorry. So there is no student. So this is no students, right? Okay, great. Students.
I'm wondering, are we then, though we had kind of set aside a spot for a diversity advocate, but are we rolling that into the parent piece then? So we don't need
Well, we need to see who comes forward. We need to look at what the qualifications are, and then we need to sort them, Amy?
The other thing that occurred to me as we're coming up with these categories that we're trying to hit is I'd like to see representation of each building. I think Mike started to hit on this with the teachers, but we have 5 buildings in the district, right? So I just want to make sure. 7. Well, I was making FSS 1.
3, 4, 5, 6. You got the high school, 2 in Lancaster, 2 in Stow,
and 2
in Florence, in Bolton.
Okay, So I just think it's, Florence Sawyer is treated as one kind of campus, but I just want to make sure that somewhere along the line, we're making sure we're getting a representative from each building. And
Right, but Amy, when we went through it and essentially voted, 10 people were in favor of
I'm not saying a
having
teacher-
it represent the different, one from each level.
Yeah, I'm not saying teachers. I'm saying somebody from each one of these categories should represent a building. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's getting complicated, and I think the goal is to, again, select candidates, because everybody throughout the district, each building, each level, once we get to the finalist level, will have ample opportunity to meet the candidates, to go to forums, to either view, hopefully come to school committee meetings at that point. So I'm really concerned that if we slice and dice this too much, it's going to become unwieldy. So Leah?
Yeah, I wonder, could we, because I'm so happy that we have the diversity inclusion advocate on here. Might that person or that position fulfill a community member role?
It could. It depends. Yeah, it depends on how we set up the application.
And I was,
This is a maker.
yeah, I was going to also say that the application can have a bunch of like ticks where you can just like say, you know, a bunch of different things, and then we can splice and dice.
Yes, indeed. So, but the number of parents for our little thing here.
Yeah, I was not suggesting that we have 7 parents. All I was saying is when we slice and dice it, I'd like to make sure that we have somebody representing each building, just to clarify.
I think ideally that would be okay.
Yeah,
if we can do it, but if you are, what is your preference? Because things start to, you have too many criteria for selection, and you come up with nobody. So I think we have to decide what last time it was a person from each town. We didn't even look, a parent from each town. We didn't even look at the level of their kids. And again, that was 5 years ago. But now if I hear folks saying they want to attract a particular skill set, or that you get too many qualifiers, and either have a huge committee or you don't have anybody who qualifies at all. They don't tick all the boxes. But let's decide on the number of parents for the committee. So we didn't go through it. So let's do that now. So Amy, how many parents on the committee?
3 seems like a logical number to start with.
Brett?
3.
Rich?
Hear what some of the other committee members say.
I beg your pardon? I can't hear you.
Come back to me, please.
Sure. Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I could just take a second to editorialize here.
Absolutely.
I couldn't concur with you more in regards to keeping the number at a controllable level. And I think less is more in regards to this committee. I'm looking at the bottom lines. I'm looking at my number personally. I see 10. I'm 3 or 4 more than I actually want to, because I think that as far as the members of this committee are concerned, regardless of their credentials, regardless of their background, regardless of their skill sets, the most important people who are going to be part of this committee are the parents. And I would be inclined, and if it were up to me and it was my world, I would say, look, I'm going to cut right across the board, including school committee, because ultimately we make that decision. And I think the parents are the most important ones here. I would suggest 4, 1 from each of the sending communities, and 1 parent at large who represents a very significant and large population among our students. That would be a special ed parent. Doesn't matter where they're from, just as long as they have a child who's a special ed student in the school.
So Joe, 3 parents, 1 from each town and 1 at large representing SPED. Okay, is that capture your point of view?
It does, and as I said, I'm only suggesting that for the number of parents, and my view, if you're asking me, is that if we get the 4, sacrifices have to be made somewhere along the line, and I suggest to start with the school committee.
Okay. Okay. So that was, who was I on? Oh, Joe. Joe said for Mike.
I like 3 to represent that interest group.
Okay. 3. Mary had said 3. Sharon?
I think 3, but I do agree with Joe that it would be important to have representation of that SPED community in the group.
Mm-hmm. Steve? Steve, you're muted. Steve, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I would agree with Joe very strongly on 4 parents. And I would go back, especially since after the initial candidates are screened and the finalists are sent forward, that all of the school committee will be involved at that point. I would think that I would change my school committee vote to 1 person who would be the guide for the committee, and the rest of the numbers come in as the parents.
So only 1 school committee member?
Yeah, I don't think we need any more than that. One school committee member who can really help guide the process, because remember that at the end, we're all the committee.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, but the number that still prevailed is 4 in terms of looking at where the majority.
I'd like some people to reconsider that.
Okay. Let's see. Elaine?
I'm on board with what Joe is suggesting. So I would say 4.
Mhm.
I would shave the school committee members down to 3. And I would be willing, not that I have the singular power to offer this, but assuming a parent or community member would specifically be chosen for having diversity and inclusion experience, being able to take that off as a member and have that fulfilled in the parents or community members role if it was a dedicated block, kind of like the special ed block Joe was talking about.
Thank you. Leah?
So I feel like I'm in the weeds now. I think that, yeah, 3 parents is good. Because I think that the special education perspective, we can capture it somewhere.
Okay. Rich, did you have a number?
I like the way Joe is thinking, but I'm settling on 3.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 who want 3 and 4 who want 4.
I think it was 8. 8,
I'm
1,
sorry.
3.
I'm sorry, what, 8 to 3?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I change my allocation, Kathy?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm in favor of 4 parents and 3 school committee members. And I echo what Leah said, that it's, the special education piece. I know I just said to change mine to 4 parents, but I still also believe that the special education representation could perhaps come from the central office or another role that's listed in here. So yeah, I'm glad that Joe brought that perspective up. So thank you.
So right now we are at 15 members of the committee. There may be some wiggle room because we don't even know yet. Everybody's participation on this committee is contingent upon their ability to meet the criteria in terms of the dates that have been listed. So there's still more work to be done. But right now, this is our, the working number for the committee is 15, and that may change. For example, if only 3 members of the school committee are able to make all the dates. And so that this is where we're at. Any more questions or comments at this point? Leah?
I wonder if I could ask my colleagues to reconsider one more time the community member. Is there anybody who thinks like me that this is potentially redundant and we could eliminate this position, bringing the number down 1?
I have no problem changing mine.
Sure.
All right, so Amy, wait. Okay. Brett,
Sure. 0.
Rich,
This is in reference to the community member, correct?
correct.
Yep, 0.
Joe,
No, I'm going to keep it 1.
Mike,
Staying with 1, please. Thank you.
Mary,
I'll go to 0.
Sharon?
I go to 0.
Okay, so now we have community member,
Could you
yes,
just correct mine to 3 school committee members? Because I think that was my intent with.
okay, yeah,
One.
yeah,
Thank you.
3. That doesn't, does that change? That doesn't,
Just brings my number down to 15, not 16.
oh, okay, I see. So let me see. So we have 5, 6, 7, 10, 13, 14. So now this is 14, which was our original ballpark number. So shall we move on to the application? If there are no objections, Sharon?
Can I just add one more pitch for somebody specifically to represent the SPED population? Because Joe is right, that is a big part of our student population.
But if that is one of our criteria, then that would be a consideration. Yeah. So Mike, did you say, I don't have a number under your name for diversity consultant, where you were a 1 under this one, advocate?
I think I was a 1.
Okay, it disappeared, Mike. Don't ask me why. All right.
Madam Chairman, could you just clarify what you just said in response to Ms. Park? I didn't understand what you just said.
What I said was we're about to look at the application, and we're going to look at it in a way where people can indicate whether they represent a particular school population, age group. I think pretty much having 1 person per town as criteria sounds like it has to be off the table if we're looking at these other quote unquote skill sets. While we will try to have a broad representation, there are no guarantees. It sounds like the committee values looking at, while we value representation across the communities, it sounds like the committee is interested in identifying specific skill sets or groups that are represented as criteria for being a parent on the committee. Yes, Leah.
Yes, and this is the moment at which we should say to our community members, please apply so that the pool is large enough that that balance can be achieved while also trying to bring all of these criteria to bear. So if the pool is shallow, then getting balance across the 3 communities will be harder, but the deeper the pool is of applications, the easier that will be for us.
Correct. Okay, so now I'm going to call up the letter. So right now, this is what I have. I'll make it larger for folks. Hang on. I gotta get you guys out of the way for a minute. All right, we'll just go through this and then here we are. All right, so we know that it is just going to be 2 NRSD families since we have eliminated the community member, correct? Yes. All right. NASHOBA School Committee currently searching for next superintendent will begin serving on July 1st. To help the committee, we are seeking individuals to serve on an advisory screening committee to review applications, interview semifinalists, and recommend finalists to the school committee. This important task will require school committee members to commit to the meeting schedule, which is included. It is required that screening committee members are able to commit to all the dates and be present for all semi-finalist interviews. So that's important going in, because if somebody garners one of these coveted spots and then can't make 2 or 3 meetings, then it's not fair. Oh good, I need my little cheat sheet over here. Let me go back. Let me see. So, let's see, I'm gonna do this, let me move this. All right, let me see. So we have to fill in over here, and I'm sorry, I'm not as adroit with this. Okay, will be composed, what did I say, 15 individuals? It said, I'm gonna get rid of you guys. Mary, watch the crowd. 14 individuals, that's what we have right now. 14 individuals, including, and I'll just put the numbers in, whatever parents. So including, so some number of parents.
3.
I can't see anybody. So Mary, if you could recognize people who want to say something. So many parents.
I think Anne Marie, did you have something?
I think the list says 3.
Okay, hang on. All right, so get rid of that. So 3 parents.
But we're not promising them from every town, one from each town.
Yes, that's why I crossed that out. A teacher from each level, a building principal, a central office administrator, a town official, and what did we agree on?
3.
We're still at, well, no, we're still
4.
at 4 school committee members, which could be, which if there are 4 spots and only 3 people can make all the times, then that sort of narrows it down,
All right.
right?
And
Yeah,
it could be that we could have 2 from one town and, 1 from another town and 1 not from a town. I mean, it's just possible it might fall out that way. And that seems to be,
all right, go ahead.
okay, I'm finished. Just saying that we might not be able to do a school committee member from each town if we're
That's
only
right.
having 3.
All right, okay.
But, or we might be able to, depending on, there might be 2 from a town. So
Right.
we have to loosen up a little bit
Yep,
to be
yep,
able to stick with 3. Okay.
yep. So the parent
Kathy?
representative,
Anne Marie has something to say.
There
Go
will be there will be people like me who will look at this letter and say 14 and then count up and only come up with 13 because the diversity person's not in there.
well, that's a characteristic. We're going to do that, I think, under character. Well, we'll see what we get. All right. All right. Teacher from each building. The parent representatives will be chosen. Where am I? Will be chosen based on, what do you want to say? The parent representatives will be chosen, what?
I think you might just say via the application process linked below.
The parent will be chosen based on an application process, which is linked below. Okay. And announced at the meeting on the 24th.
So I have a question. So people will apply and fill out the application, and then they're qualified to, aren't we still doing a lottery? Otherwise,
yeah, go ahead.
Otherwise, if I'm a parent, I want to know if I go through this process, fill out the application, well, who's, what's the decision making? Who's going to make this decision then?
All right, so that's the criteria piece. So town official, school committee, and I'll make the numbers work, Anne Marie, so they add up. The screening committee membership will be announced at the, I'll just put SC as a placeholder there. Why won't this go away? The SC meeting on March 21st. Personnel subcommittee, blah, 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 blah. If you are interested in serving as a parent representative on the screening committee, submit an application between March 11th and 19th. Applicants should have the ability to work at part of a team, have a strong interest in the schools. Please ensure that you are available on all the meeting dates prior to submitting a letter of interest. And then these are the things, the screening committee task are as follows, dates listed. No, we have, a minute. So we have the dates somewhere. I'll clean that up. Right, so this is the introduction. So now we get to the application. And jumping down here are all the pertinent dates. And so what we send out will be this letter, but to get to the application, they will have to do that online, correct? We're not going to include the application in the letter. They will go to, I don't know if I linked this or not, I don't think I did. They will go, there'll be a direct link to the application. But here is the website with everything else on it. And so, Leah, you will add a link for the application, correct? Leah?
So Leah's looking at that. While she's doing that, I just want to say what a great job Leah and Mike did in terms of this website. And then I want to say that Amy has her hand raised.
Okay. Go ahead, Amy. Let me see.
I'm going to open it up for you, Kathy, so that you can actually show it.
All right. So I have to get out of this. I have to go back to Zoom. Oh, that's not it. All screwed up now. Let's see. Let's go this
All right, you should be able to see the online application right now.
Okay, hang on. I'm all screwed up here. Hang on. All right. So now I'm screen sharing. I'm going to stop the share. Then I'm going to go into share again. And I'm going to go to the letter. Share. All right, so there it is. So go to here, Leah?
Yep.
All right. All right. So now,
this is still draft. So this is not, is it up, Leah, and live, or this is still, we haven't voted on it yet. So
no, it's not live. It's just viewable.
Where is it?
Thank you.
So you gotta, Kathy, if you could screen share your internet browser. We can only, I think, only see the Word doc.
Okay. All right, let me see.
Or I could share my screen if that
Yeah,
helps.
Leah, why don't you share your screen? Because I've got this all messed up. So go ahead.
So you have to stop sharing so I can do that.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. And
While you do that, Sharon has her hand raised.
Sharon?
honey,
I'm just kind of thinking through a little bit of maybe some troubleshooting here, but I'm wondering if we're saying that our number is 3 parents, and we would like for one of those parents to have some experience in diversity, and we want one of those parents to be a SPED parent, then we have 1 space left for every other parent that might be interested throughout the district. And is that going to cause an issue for us in terms of equitability? I guess is my question. It's a question.
Sharon, I don't know how to answer that. I'm convinced that, we're going to make some decisions and some people are going to be happy and some people are not. And I don't know how to manage that. I think that we've spent like an hour and a half on this already. And I think we've been very thoughtful about it. And I think our next, the goal is to get the application to a point where people can fill it out and we can start looking at, who is interested, who can be on the committee. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, Sharon.
I don't know if I was necessarily at looking for a specific answer. I was just kind of throwing it out there as something to think about, or just to be aware of. Could that potentially cause a problem for us?
Yeah. So it sounds like we have, we're looking for a diversity person and 3 parents, and we want those parents to represent, to have certain skills or represent special education or something. We've dropped the idea that we have 1 person from each town because we're looking at something that's more specific. Is that correct? So Leah, what are you showing us? This is the application and what it looks like?
yeah, so this is a Google form. It's going to serve as our application. So when people go to our school committee superintendent search website that is linked in that letter, they will have to click on the page that says application, and it will bring them to, it'll actually bring them to this page. It will look like this. But in order for me to edit or do anything that you guys want me to change, I'm going to work on this page.
Yeah.
So it starts with people's names and their email address so that we can communicate with them afterward, obviously. That it asks them to identify their town of residence. So some parents don't live in one of the 3 towns, so I put in other. So hold on, can you go? I'm good. I'm good. They're trying to serve me dinner. So I'm sorry. Your connection to the public schools. So I guess I could take a bunch of these off, right?
Well, we have to go back and decide what we have to do. I mean, I think that if we can, we're looking, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that, but no, you know what, wait a second, to the regional schools. This is for parents. We decided no student, the educators don't have to apply. So it's really for parents.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah. So the question can probably go away and be replaced with something else.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
For parents, could you say elementary school parent, middle school parent, high school parent?
Sure. So can I think we need to get, we can do the editing of this once we get the categories all set.
Got it.
And it is, I don't know how we do that. as a committee of 11. We had said that this was going to go out tomorrow. We've already used up an hour and a half, not used, we needed to use the time tonight. It is 8:05. We have a superintendent's update. We have the budget vote and a few other things. So I'm trying to think about the best way to move forward with this at this
So
point.
I put that in, Kathy. Then I have these 2 questions that just ask people to agree. And then there's this piece, and you committee members can tell me what you think. This might be all we need. It says, please provide a brief explanation as to why you would like to join this committee. Please feel free to include elements of your experience that you think are relevant.
So I think that would be the place to put some of our categories, Leah. So so instead of your list your expertise, say, do you have experience or an area of interest in, there's got to be a way to capture it there, just with a few categories. I'm the parent of a special needs student. I have experience with issues related to diversity. I don't even know how we would frame that. I have experience as an educator. So the things that came up, if I can go back, I think, to mine. I don't know how we get out of this. 50%. Okay, see, I can't look at my document while you're in there. But the categories that we had.
Anyone else want to jump in? What am I forgetting? Education experience?
Experience as an educator in the public schools, something like that. Please provide a brief explanation. Feel free to include, think or relative. But I think in terms of sorting the information, Leah, it would be better if there were a way to have a box that we checked. I am the parent of a special needs student. I have interest and experience in issues related to diversity. What were some other things that came up?
Being a
Leah,
member oh, go ahead.
Leah, I was just gonna say, Leah, just make a new question for the checks boxes and leave that a paragraph.
No, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to say something?
Me?
Mary, I thought I heard Mary.
Well, I did. I think that I think it really is important so that people looking at this would understand that these are some of the priorities that the school committee has decided upon, some of the priority criteria. And so, we're putting, that would be parent of a student with special needs, experience with diversity. But I think we need, and I didn't hear that we wanted professional education, experience in education. But maybe that's what people were talking about that they want. What I heard was parent of a student with special needs and experience with diversity, equity,
Let's
and
leave
inclusion.
education out of it. I think
We have plenty of it right now.
But these were the things, these were the 2 that emerged. So why don't we leave those? Please provide a brief explanation. Feel free to include elements. Yeah, I like the parent of a student who has special needs, and then other. I think that's all we need. I don't want, because a brief explanation, how many characters are you allowing?
It's, let's see. Hold on. There. So it will look like that.
All right. Please provide a brief explanation. As to why. Now, where would they write that?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes. Sorry, can I offer a suggestion?
Go for it.
I think, you need 2 separate questions. I like the 2 check boxes you have there, but on an open form question at the bottom, I would just say that we are looking to include as many different perspectives as possible. Please tell us about yourself and what your perspective is that you would bring to this committee. Because that lets people tell you about who they are, what experience they have, what skills they have, it kind of encompasses everything. And they can choose to present themselves as they want.
Can I ask a question?
Who's that? Sharon? Yeah, good.
So I'm wondering why are we asking for people to tell us about themselves or about why they're interested in being on the committee, or what their area of expertise is, if, aside from that we want a diversity, someone with some experience in diversity, and we want somebody with some experience with special education, so a special education parent. But aside from that, if we're choosing it as a lottery, so everybody's going into the hat and we're picking it out of the hat, then why are we asking for a description of skill set or interest?
Why don't we just say, tell us, and I think this was on the original application from many years ago, explain your interest in being on the committee. So we want to know if someone has a special needs child, or if they have experience or other experience. And then briefly, I don't want somebody's life story. I mean, because how do you frame it? Why are you interested? What is your interest in what is your interest in serving on the screening committee, or why are you interested in? And then have it in, give a character limitation. So people can be concise.
Just so that you guys know, when these applications are done, what Google Forms will do is it's going to spit out a spreadsheet that we can actually sort the data in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
Would you guys like me to pull this one apart and make it 2 separate questions? Like, if this applies to you, checkbox it, right? So that way it will have separate columns in the data sheet, and then you can sort by each one.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And Elaine, did you put that last one there? Did that capture what you were saying?
Yeah.
Please provide, what does it say? Please, what was the last one?
Please check all that which, all, you can cut out a few of those words, Leah. So while you do that, Kathy, if I could.
Yep, go ahead.
I know we're rushed, but this is not conveying to me what the committee has talked about. It's not conveying to anyone looking at this document without listening to all of us that, in fact, I'm not even sure of the process. So someone says that they have experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so they're going to get, are they going to be put in a separate bucket? Are they going to, and then be in the other bucket? I mean, this is really confusing. And I don't think it gives a sense of what we've decided tonight about criteria, unless we say somewhere that the school committee has decided that these are some of the criteria that we're looking for.
So Mary,
So
the letter has to be, is sort of like an introduction. We can write an introduction to this based on the letter that states those things, that precedes this, that gives us some context. We email out the letter so that people can link to this. And we started to edit the letter to reflect more of this. So there's more work that needs to be done. And if I can get this and work on the letter, the bones of the letter, then we can get this done by tomorrow.
So, but I still don't understand. So I say that I have, I'm a parent of a student with special needs, and I'm interested in this, and I write it. And I've also done work diversity, equity, and inclusion. So aren't we still talking about a lottery?
Yeah, that's what Brett, yeah. So
Well, where is the piece? Where is the piece that explains? So now we have a bucket. So I'm going to be in both the diversity, equity, and inclusion bucket, as well as the special needs bucket. And then there's another bucket for people who didn't come up with those. This is not giving the community a sense of what the criteria is that we're going to be qualifying people before they're in the lottery.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, Mary. The introductory letter has to have that. And then that leads people to this. And then usually on a survey like this, there is a page, the first page, that lays out everything that you're talking about.
Okay, so I haven't heard anybody say that, though.
I
So
just
if you
said
could
it.
All right, that's what's going to happen.
Well, this is what, you know, I don't know that we can, I don't know that we can wordsmith the letter tonight, but if you,
I'm
just
not,
trust
but
me. If I can put something together tomorrow morning, and obviously I can't send it out to everybody for their approval, but I get the gist. Mary, you and I can look at it. Leah, if we have this, if we can be able to share this document and see it, we can make sure they jive. And it might be that this goes out later tomorrow than earlier, but I think we can get it done. Does that make sense, Mary?
I still think it's muddy. I think that the process is muddy. I guess everybody else thinks it's clear. If everybody else thinks it's
Mary, I
clear.
think it has to be explained in the letter, in the introductory letter. And then on a page, when you first go to this survey, you get an explanation, another explanation that's drawn from the letter that goes out tomorrow.
Yeah, I could put as much text as you want me to right here that explains the intent of
Sometimes it's a whole page. Oh, well, yeah, when it shows up, it'll be a whole page. Yeah, but I need time to work on it. And I think I'm getting concerned that I think that the survey captures what people want to do, what the intent of it. And if I can have the time to wordsmith it into the letter, which will be a significant change to the letter, then we can get this out tomorrow. Mary, I think we can do it.
Okay. Well, I'll keep asking my questions and work with you until we get to clarity.
So, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is this then a two-step process where people are submitting their application and we're looking at the applications for the qualified or the most qualified applicants, and then from those most qualified applicants, it's a lottery?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's it. And I'll figure that out. So if we can go back to, there are some formalities that we have to do as a committee in terms of voting to accept the composition of the committee, and then approving the letter and application as there's a term, inform, in whatever.
Intended?
As in, yeah. Yeah.
Can you go back to the letter once?
Sure. If I need to be able to share the screen.
Are you guys ready for me to stop sharing?
Yes.
Leah, I want to commend Leah for working on the fly under pressure here to make these edits. That's
yeah. Okay, so now let me screen share and get the letter back up. Here it is. Share. Okay, so here's this. So this has got, there's got to be based on, I got to work backwards from the application and from the notes that we had.
Can you stop scrolling for a second? Wasn't there some reference to, okay, it's the underlined sentence in the middle here says, please ensure that you are available on all meeting dates prior to submitting a letter of interest. So we're asking for a letter of interest?
No, that's, again, it should say submitting an application.
Thank you. That was one thing I wanted to clarify, because if we were asking for a letter of interest, I was going to say that the letter of interest should highlight these categories that we've just established in the application. But if we're not, then we need to remove the language.
Yeah. Anything else? So this is what I have to work on this here to reflect what we said about the categories, excuse me, and the special criteria.
Joe has his hand raised.
All right, I don't have any here. Yeah, hello. All right, Joe, what's up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First thing, just a stylistic issue to my colleague from Stow, Ms. Favorito. The confidentiality question you have in there shouldn't be a question. It should be you agree to keep all this confidential. Yes.
Yeah.
Just a stylish issue. I think it's more direct. It's not a question whether you're going to keep it confidential. You're going to keep it confidential. But Madam Chairman, I'm going to be blunt. I couldn't concur more with Dr. McCarthy and Ms. Pock. This process seems to become, it's so unclear and muddied at this point. I don't understand what we're doing. My understanding was we went into this thing with regards to the parent participants that there would be in a lottery. Now what we're saying is that there is a qualifying and a screening process to even make it into the lottery. Is that what we're going? And who's going to be making that decision? And what is the criteria? You're just going to look at skill sets. I'm an interested parent. I bring 0 skill sets to this job or to this particular position, but I'm still interested in participating. And I think we're excluding people like that. And I say that in the context of our own committee, because the 11 of us are going to make this decision, Madam Chairman. And I recall one time I was before the Lowell City Council, and a city council member asked a gentleman who was looking to be appointed to a local school committee to fill in a position. He asked him, what was your experience in governance before you decided to do this? None of us had any experience in governance before we chose to take nomination papers and run for this position. And ultimately, we're going to be making this decision. So I'm really not clear why it is that we have to have a group of individuals with a particular skill set to choose the next superintendent when none of us actually have to qualify in that particular regard.
I think that I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
No, I agree with Dr. McCarthy. Are we doing a lottery or are we doing a screening process? It's like a 2-step process. And again, you have in the letter, you had 3 parents, and it's like, are we looking for 3 parents plus a SPED person, plus a diversity and inclusion person? It just seems totally unclear and convoluted. And I just couldn't agree more with Dr. McCarthy. She's saying, she's thinking that she's surmised that it's clear to the committee. Well, I can explain to Dr. McCarthy, it's not clear to me. And I concur with her wholeheartedly. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman.
No, Joe, I guess that what I'm trying to do, and again, I've been toggling back and forth between a PSC member and chair of the committee, is responding to what I heard from the committee. And what I heard from the committee is that they would like at least one, we said we'll have 3 parents on it, at least one to represent special education issues or needs or CPAC or whatever. And another one who may have experience in issues related to equity and diversity. And there's a way, and I can't do it right now, but there's a way to make this work. Clearly, what Mary and I were ready to recommend was a straight lottery, and let the people who are interested apply, 1 parent from each town. And because as we get to the final stages of the selection process, there will be focus groups for SPED parents, focus groups related to how a finalist will deal with issues related to diversity and racial justice and similar topics. And so that's where we're at. And what I heard from the members of the committee is that, well, we wanted to qualify a couple of those things. And so it would take time to, our timeline indicated that we would be getting an application out tomorrow. well, maybe what we need to do is put the brakes on this, let me and Mary and Leah work on it a little bit more. And maybe we need to set a meeting for Monday to come and approve it instead of trying to do the subcommittee work with a full committee of 11 people. That's where I'm at. But I will, let me poll the committee and see where folks are at. I'm seeing that a lot of people are not having their videos turned off. That sends a message to me too. So let's decide right now, if there are no objections, would people be interested in having a meeting on Monday at 6 o'clock, Monday the 15th at 6 o'clock? And I know that's Dear Jay, but I don't know what else to do at this point. So we can come back with a couple of other recommendations. So I'm checking in with people to see is their availability to be Monday at 6 p.m.
Kathy, can you just say to do what? I'm sorry.
Finalize this.
Finalize the application.
We need more. I need time to make things jive, because what we anticipated coming in and what I'm hearing from the committee don't jive. And so now we need time to sort it and have it make sense. So, and we need to vote it. There's no way we're ready to vote this tonight. So we have to postpone the launch of the application, and we can make add a couple of days on to the deadline for applications. But I don't know what else to do. It's 8:30 and we have a lot more to go. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Rich.
Yes, Rich, if you don't mind, when you want to participate, if you could turn on your video, I would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm feeling under the weather. I got the
Sorry.
the vaccine today.
Yep.
So I'm thankful, but anyway, I totally appreciate that, and I will do that at another time. I was just gonna say, if it so pleases you, I will make a motion that we postpone this until Monday at 6.
Okay.
If somebody else wants to.
Second.
Seconded, Joe. Thank you. Okay. So all those in favor of coming back to a meeting Monday at 6 to look at the letter and the application. I'm going to go around and ask for the vote. So Leah.
Yes.
Elaine.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes, this has become so convoluted.
We're going to unconvolute it, but I need time. Sharon.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Rich.
Yes, ma'am.
Brett.
Yes.
And Amy.
Yes.
And me. Yes. Okay, so I'll post that meeting tomorrow, first thing. All right. And we will complete this on Monday, and then we'll add a couple of days on to the deadline. All right. Thank you, everyone. I know this is important. I appreciate the thoughtful discourse, and we are going to unconvolute this. So if there are no objections and someone can find the superintendent, we will now hear the superintendent's report.
Brooke will be with us in just a minute.
She's on her way in.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. I put protocols at the end for a reason. I'm just going to, and I know, Rich, this was something that you wanted to do. I'm going to move that to the 24th if there are no objections.
Sounds like a smart move on your part.
Hearing no objections and 1 yay, we're going to move that. So that's one less thing. Okay, is Brooke with us?
Not yet, she's coming. Dr. McGuire, you want to start at the bottom and do yours first?
Sure. So really quickly with the teaching and learning update, I already highlighted the video. So the link to the video that I showed at the beginning can be found in the teaching and learning update. And then we will also post that on the webpage. And just a report out on Friday's professional development day. It was extremely well received. We had over 35 presenters from area school districts, area companies, focused on social emotional learning, a lot of the topics that the DRJ committee is focused on. And we were certainly super lucky to have Dr. Mark Brackett from Yale for the Center of Emotional Intelligence join us, do a keynote for about an hour and a half, and he also offered a workshop in the afternoon. And he is also, his Center for Emotional Intelligence are offering a free course on social emotional learning in times of stress and uncertainty, and particularly during the pandemic. And the link to that course can also be found in the superintendent's report, and I've linked that there for all you folks as well. So just a huge thank you to everyone who attended our District Day of Learning, and those of you on the school committee who had the opportunity to attend. The support was tremendously appreciated. So thank you.
And that was an outstanding day, and Mark Brackett was just incredible. And even though it was virtual, the amount of participation and engagement was
He's a lot of fun.
It was fun. It looked like a fun day. Thank you. Brooke?
Sure. I don't know. Todd, did you just do the teaching and learning? Is that all you did?
We started
Okay.
from the bottom.
Well, that's okay.
We were just giving you some time to get back on.
Yeah, I had problems getting back on actually, so thank you for your patience. So we actually sent Lisa home, and we sent Tanya home.
I sent the others home.
And Steve home, because they were kind of all sitting on hold, and we said, this is not fair, we're going to send you home. So, but that kind of leaves Todd and I. We said, well, we'll carry it, but
that's okay, we'll do it.
So just a couple quick things. Tanya was going to give you a quick update of the Mascot and where that's at right now. They've had the student voice sessions and such, and so I think that's pretty much all wrapped up. And I know that a survey went out today, so I think next time we get a chance to get together, I think she can probably offer you some more details on that. But hats off to her and the high school administration. They've worked so hard on this, and they've taken a fair amount of I don't know what the term would be, but some nastiness. They've taken a fair amount of nastiness, and I think that they've just been so professional throughout all of this. I'm really proud of them. They've done a great job. Teacher vaccination update. I'm just going to mention this super quickly. The school district as such, by itself as a standalone entity, is not orchestrating teacher vaccinations, but I am going to have Anne Marie report out in a minute. Because we sent out a bit of an update today out to the school district. We continue to work closely with Bolton right now, as they're trying very hard to try to bring something into our area, but we have nothing to report out tonight. So we continue to support them and offer whatever we can here to try to bring some vaccines to our neck of the woods. Anne Marie, do you want to report out quickly on what we reported today?
Sure, thank you. We're aware of over 30 of our staff members who have received their vaccine already. There are likely more than that we don't know about, because of course they're under no obligation, to let us know when they've got it. People are telling us what a relief it is to get their vaccine, and also that though that getting an appointment for a vaccine can be frustrating, especially to our employees, because we're all at work all day. There was good news on that front today, and that the administration announced that they're going to have 5 days, that they're going to have days that are going to be specifically dedicated to teachers, school staff, and child care workers who want to get vaccines. Seven mass vaccination sites. I don't mean Massachusetts, I mean the big vaccination sites: Gillette, Fenway Hines, the Natick Mall, the Enfield Mall in Springfield, and a couple of others the list go by, are setting aside 4 days for Saturday, 3 Saturdays and a Sunday, during which time they're only going to be giving first dose vaccines to those people, to school faculty and staff, and to childcare workers. So all the shots on that day will be reserved, on those days will be reserved for people in those categories. They're also changing the way that the setup for the getting the appointment for the shot, which is a huge source of frustration. Instead of sitting endlessly on the computer and waiting to try to get through, they're changing it so that effective on Friday, what you do is you fill out a form online and then tell them what your preferred method of communication, whether that be a phone call, a text, or a phone or an email. And when it's your turn, they'll notify you that there's an appointment for you, and you'll have 24 hours to either accept that appointment or not accept that appointment. So you don't have to sit there, you know, behind your computer. And if you aren't able to take that appointment or don't want to take that appointment, you go back in the queue. So you get another one. These days are in late March and then early April. Also too, another help that will be for some of our employees is that if you're a military veteran, that the VA has set up some, you know, some mechanism for helping you get your shots at a VA medical center that's a little bit quicker. So we've sent both of those messages out to all of our employees so that they're able to help them in their efforts if they choose to get a vaccine. Should be very helpful.
Great. Thanks, Anne Marie. So that's a bit of an update on where we're at. Again, NRSD is a separate single entity, is not doing this. We are working with partners to see what we can do to try to help support our folks. Pool testing, I really hate to talk about this without Lisa, but I really don't want to bring her back in tonight. So I would suggest that we maybe touch base on this again. We're struggling with this a little bit, particularly even though our Binax Now test is completely different, of course, than the pool testing, but we do worry about the level of participation that we have in our area. We right now for the Binax Now, but we have done all the paperwork. We are all set to, you know, to possibly do it if this is the road that we want to go down. We are looking at starting it in essence when we bring the students back in. At first, there was the thinking that, you know, it might be done April 25th. I'm not so sure. When the commissioner talked to me in his meeting, I got the sense that they may put that out a little bit more. I don't know, Todd, if you disagree with me, but it seemed that that might be on the table. So that would be good if it is, you know, so if that's where we want to land on that. So that's kind of where we're at with that. For full service, full return surveys, we're probably going to talk a little bit more about that when Todd is going to take the lead tonight in talking about the full return and where we're at with that. We just want to make sure we say thank you to all our parents for sending something in. So thank you for that. And we just really appreciate it. We had a great response percentage, so we were happy with that. And it gave us some really good direction for next steps for us. So I think that we're feeling really good right now about where we're sitting. I think we're getting well organized as an administrative team, getting our staff, you know, all that they need. So I think that we're sitting in a very good place right now for return for our middle and elementary kids, and that's really what our focus is. The commissioner was really focused initially on elementary only, and then we were kind of surprised when we got the notification. Was it even yesterday? Maybe I think it was yesterday that April 28th was going to be the date for middle school, because we've never heard that before. That brand new to us. So we were thrilled that we were, of course, ahead of the schedule like we are with so many things. And we were well prepared to roll out our middle school at the same time. So we're so glad that we pre-planned that. And the whole notion with the high school right now is really a wait and see, and let's see, and more to follow. And high school is just that much more complicated for us, particularly in light, because this is really MCAS season, right? We're bringing kids back into MCAS season at our elementary, middle school level, and the window for our high school. So it's a little bit more complicated in some ways. So we'll just wait and see. We'll get some good guidance, I'm sure, from the state. So we'll see how that rolls out. So just quickly, just trying to wrap things up quickly, because I know that we want to talk. Kathy, did you schedule I don't know, did you schedule another meeting or not?
At 6 p.m.
Monday at 6? Okay, Lita's got that information, I'm sure then.
Yeah, there was another agenda item that we can talk about at the end of the meeting today.
Right. And what about school choice? Did you want to put school choice on that meeting as well?
No.
Okay, so okay, that's fine. And Alita's gonna just quickly talk about school choice when we get there.
But school choice and the other topic are information only, correct? School choice and the full return update.
Yeah, so we can do the full return update tonight too, just to to fill you in too whenever you're ready for that too. So that's in a real quick snapshot. That's the superintendent's report for this week. And I'm happy to redo any of this and go into any more detail at the Monday meeting.
Any questions? Amy has a question.
Yes, thank you. Did the letter that I received about the final Mascot survey, did that go to all district families or just the high school families?
I don't have an answer for you on that. My understanding is it went out to all district families, but I can check with Tanya on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what's public, what's not.
Yeah, no, it's all public. It's all public.
If all families are invited to participate in the survey.
Yeah, I'll do a double check to make sure that that's the case, and I can send that message out to you folks tomorrow, and we can and I can have Tanya reiterate if that needs to happen too.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Brooke? Leah?
Just a very quick moment of accolade for Todd and teaching and learning and the great day that they put together. I know that was a year in the planning, and landing on that Friday is perhaps not what you would have chosen a year ago, but there was no turning back at that point. So I've just heard so many great things about it, Todd. And really quickly, the video that you showed to us, my son was in the music class that was the accompaniment. And he
really? Oh, that's so cute.
From the other room, and he came in. He's like, "Why are you playing my song?" I was like, "It's in the video." So he was very proud, and so I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that, because as you all know, I was basically at Mark Brackett's front door a year ago in March, so to get him. So we do plan this day a year in advance, and to change it would be absolutely impossible. And we certainly get that okay from you guys to be able to do that in planning our calendar. So thank you for pointing that out, because so much of the planning to get people to speak and do workshops and all that planning goes into effect. But it really was a great day. So I thank you for that and your comments.
I think too, just a quick note, actually, Todd, as I started thinking about it more, we nailed him down a year ago, but the truth is we started almost 2 years ago to get him. If you think back, we were rebuffed a number of times, as you'll recall.
We saw him we saw him 2 years ago.
That's
and then
right.
I said, we're going to get him. Yeah. So, and we already had our teaching and learning meeting this week, and I know who I want to get next year.
Next year.
So
we got this. It's all good. It's all good. Amy, I just want you to know that Tanya and Steve both just texted me at the exact same time and said all district families K-12. Okay, any other questions for the superintendent's report before we move? Oh, Mary.
Mary and then Mike.
Okay, because this too goes to the professional development date, and so Brooke and Todd, what a cool it was for you to get Mark Brackett. And I also think about the fact that I don't know if Todd knew that he was going to be sort of like sidekick to Mark Brackett, read that, do this, and you couldn't have been better, Todd. You were just so wonderful in that. And I think what Mark Brackett showed us, and you showed us this too, Todd, was how Zoom can be used and how there can be development of relationships through Zoom, and the humor that he used. But you did such a great job with that. And then I do want to just take a minute and call out Elaine, because Mark Brackett, if people don't know, Mark Brackett was asking us through chat to give responses, and people were doing that. And then he asked for specific definitions, and he chose Elaine's because they were right spot on. And then talk about putting Elaine on the spot. He asked if she could come on camera. All of us were asked to turn our cameras off. So Elaine comes on, and she's just brilliant. I mean, she is just, I said it was like a Bruce Springsteen, Courtney Cox moment. And maybe if people don't know the reference, you should look it up. But I mean, Bruce Springsteen's on stage and he calls Courtney Cox. Nobody knew who she was then. And she comes up and she dances. And so that was Elaine. She was superb. And then Mark Brackett was just so wonderful. And I thought, oh my gosh, Brooke has to come after Mark Brackett, a position that nobody would want to be in. But you were superb. You were doing whatever that's
thank
called when
you.
somebody else works off. And they do this in Europe a lot. After someone gives a talk or a lecture, somebody else comes up and it kind of works off what the person has said and has comments that are apropos. And you had your comments, but in conjunction with his, and you didn't talk too long. And so it was just, I could be prouder of our district, of teaching and learning, of all the people who participated, but it gives me a chance right now to say to Todd and Brooke and Elaine, just so well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. You know, I think what I'm really proud of, and when I talk to others about where our district is at right now for PD, and though, like Kathy, you would remember, you know, when we first started the whole notion of the district improvement plan, and then tying that in with our school improvement plans, and then tying that in with the superintendent goals, and then creating these themes. And here we sit, like 5 years later, it feels really good. Honestly, Friday felt really good. It was like, yep, this is who we are. This is, and especially for the topic, it was just perfect, right? For us, it was just like, and I was thinking as Liz was speaking tonight, I thought, wow, she would have loved that. She would have loved to have been there Friday. It was just, I'm so proud of our district on Friday. It was awesome. And I agree. Todd, Elaine, you guys were amazing. I think I texted Elaine, I think you're a rock star now. Yeah. So, and Todd, teaching and learning as always, you guys are fantastic. Oh, just so proud of you. Anyway, thank you, Mary. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mike, you had a comment?
Yeah, well, gosh, Elaine, well done on Dancing in the Dark so well. That's fantastic. I wish I could have seen it. So just real quick to the superintendent, thank you for all the updates you've been giving us, particularly when it comes to communicating with Commissioner Riley and those superintendent updates about the opening. And one of the notes that you sent us, you'd mentioned that there was some conversations in one of those meetings about the possibilities of waivers, and you weren't sure if that's where we were going to land. I'm just wondering if you can kind of clarify that for us.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Todd and I have talked about it. You know, I think we're still waiting to see what the expectations are for the high school. I don't see us at all in waiver land as such for our elementary and middle school. We're well on our way. We're ready to go with that. You know, the high school could be a totally different story, quite frankly. It really depends on the guidance that they give us and if we're going to be able to meet that within NRSD, you know, and NRHS. So I think the whole notion of more to come, that was really the clear message that we've been getting. And I mean, you saw that even the information that I sent out to you folks here in the last couple of days, that's really the message. And that was his message to us again today, more to come. So I think it's really going to depend. Right now, I don't think that that's where we're going to be, but I hate to say that right now because I don't know what's coming. And we don't know, like Todd and I were saying, I don't know how many times we say you just can't make this stuff up. But I mean, you really just can't make this stuff up. And we don't know sometimes from hour to hour what's coming. And so it's really, you want to talk about, you know, building the plane and flying it, I think was one of the examples I said to you folks in one of my emails out to you. Like, that's what it feels like. Again, we're building a plane while we're flying it. I'm not talking about NRSD. I'm talking as a state. I worry about doing what we're doing here. You know, like all of us, we all want our kids back in the classroom for a million reasons. So that's not where my problem is. It's just, I hope we're doing this as safely as we can, because the last thing we all want is that we revert back to where we've been, right? We want to make sure that we're solid and moving ahead. So that's my only concern. So does that help, Mike?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so I think the next item is school choice.
Sure. I'm actually going to turn this over to Alita, and she's going to take the lead on this, which I'm so grateful for, but it's really out of her office where a lot of this kind of comes and goes. So she's going to do this very quickly for you.
So school choice per the Mass General Law 76, Section 12B says that we have to have a public hearing before May 1st every year. And the vote would be if we're going to opt out of school choice. If you don't take a vote, that means you're automatically enrolled in school choice. So the presentation in the packet today is really just for information to look over for the next couple of weeks. Then next week, next meeting, usually we have, for the past few years, we haven't had any public participants. We have a 15-minute, Brooke will give the presentation at the next meeting. We'll have a 15-minute public hearing where people can come and voice their desire if they want to, and then there will be a vote on whether to opt out of school choice or not.
Okay, so we will have the hearing and the vote on the 24th?
That's normally what we do.
All right, and the notification of the public hearing, is it 48 hours or is it similar to the public hearing on the budget? Do we have to?
No, the budget hearing is the only one that has to be publicized in the paper. The school choice hearing only has to follow open meeting laws,
Okay.
which is
then
48 hours.
We allow 15 minutes for the public hearing. Okay.
Or 3 minutes for each comment, but we haven't had any, for the last 3 years, we haven't had. I mean, I think that the last time we had school choice was, I think the kindergarten class now is in 8th grade.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was here. I was on the committee when we pulled the plug. So, but we grandfathered the kids that were already here through. Okay.
Right, and just a quick note, when you're looking at this, you should be looking at the diagonal when you're going through, sorry, wrong one. When you're going through this, you should be kind of looking at the diagonal to follow the kids through, right? So when you're taking a look at that, for example, like, let me just give you a quick page. I want to see it's near the end. Yeah, there. When you're looking at your school choice in, you should be following your numbers on the diagonal, because that's basically the trajectory for the kids. Okay, and so yeah, we'll go through this a little bit more thoroughly at the next meeting, but in the meantime, if you've got any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, and I can respond, or Alita or Todd, so don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Thank you. Full return update.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about the full return plans that are in process right now. Did share a presentation with you, so I'll share my screen with folks, and just to go over some of the specifics that the school district is employing to get us back to full return K-8 for April 5th. And then I also have the survey data information for you folks, which is kind of hot off the press, that we worked with principals this week to get in the survey data from our K-8 families to determine who will be coming back for that full return model and what families will continue to stay remote, because that still is an option for families until the end of this school year only. So as Brooke highlighted, and some of the information that came out post the board vote of approval to give the commissioner the authority to bring students back to school, we also learned of some new information this week that our K-5s will be required to be back in by April 5th, and then middle schools would be required to be back in April 28th. However, our K-8s will all be back in. The plan is for April 5th, Monday, April 5th, for all K-8 students in the Neshoba Regional School District. So just to give you a timeline of events, the 1st of March, we sent out our surveys to K-8 families. It was a very simple survey, just basically asking them, based on the information that has been provided, would you send your students back in a full return model? A full return model, according to the commissioner, is 5 days a week, full days a week. With that, the Board of Education approved the DESE plan for the K-5 full return on April 5th, and we know that NASHOBA had been working already to get K-8 back on the 5th of April. On the 6th of March, Brooke and I did send out memos to the faculty as well as all families on all of the updates regarding the full return. We outlined the Board of Education's decision and what we would be doing prior to April 5th in terms of preparing to get students back. This week on the 9th, our pooled testing confirmation was given to us for the district. That was good news, and Lisa can certainly report out on that, the specifics around that. On the 9th as well, we reviewed the survey data to inform opening plans for each school. So we have that to share with you tonight so that our principals in each of our buildings has a solid idea of the number of students coming back in at each grade level, so they can work on safety plans and distancing plans, et cetera. What is ongoing is as we continue to get in that information, we've been working with the business office to review the updated busing guidance and plan all of our busing for the district. Michelle Cody's been fantastic with organizing our buses to make sure that we can be putting more students on buses with more buses and working on those bus routes based on the students who will be coming back. Also ask the question of, will you be using school transportation or would you be driving your students to school? So we have that information as well to inform some of our busing planning. Some other ongoing components, Rob, Director of Facilities, has been doing a ton of research and running out to get as many tents as possible to support more space outside. With the weather warming up, there'll be more opportunities to be outside. There'll be a lot more opportunities to have windows open, and those tents will provide learning spaces as well as more space at the lunchtime where there tends to be larger groups of students, and we continue to work on the distancing and the spacing there. So we have secured a number of tents for outside tents for each of our schools. The teaching and learning department continues to work on any curriculum needs for students who might be quarantined. So for example, if a student comes back full time, but there's a need for a student who may have been exposed or who is COVID positive to be quarantined, we'll be making sure that we have plans in place for those students when they need to be home in a more remote setting. And we're currently now building schedules with principals. So all of that schedule planning and then communication home from the schools is ongoing, between now and before we head off for the, just between now and the April 5th return date, excuse me. The last week prior to the return, as well as we always do weekly, we'll be doing a deep cleaning of all buildings prior to any students' return in all of our buildings to make sure that our buildings are ready and they are sanitized with a deep sanitization. And we continue to work with our Remote Learning Academy on any student changes or transfers that might happen. So as much as there are few of those, there are some students who will be transferring from the Remote Learning Academy to coming back full time. So that will represent a change, obviously, in a student's schedule and a student's environment, as well as the opposite. There may be students who may opt to go into the Remote Learning Academy whose families don't feel comfortable coming back full return. So we're working on those schedules and those changes as well. And then on the 5th, we will begin the full return in all of our K through 8 buildings. As much as the Department of Ed is requiring K through 5, we plan to bring our K through 8 back. And that's the information we had learned this week. And then I know there were those outstanding questions around the high school. What they told us today in our commissioner meeting was that they will let us know in April what the plans are for any high school return, if there will be any at all. And they would give us at least 2 weeks notice prior to needing to bring high school students back in the month of May. So the next slide is just to give you a sense of our elementary numbers. And so what you'll see is we've broken those up between Center School, Florence Sawyer, and Mary Rowlandson at the elementary level. And so on the top line of each school is the current numbers. And then that second line are the new numbers as of the 5th of April. So you can see in kindergarten, 5 more students will come back full return. And you can see that there's a drop in the Remote Learning Academy by 5 students. So, and what we did was, if you total the numbers up at the end of the column, what it basically comes out to pretty much across the district is about 20% of our student body are going to continue to stay in the Remote Learning Academy, whereas about roughly 80% of our K through 5 students plan to return. And this data is available in this this presentation for you folks in your packets, and it's also on the webpage. And then we also did the same thing with the middle school between Hale, Sawyer, and Burbank. So the only, the asterisks, I just want to point out that that means that in Principal Grady reports that there are still a number of families who have not reported back on their survey. And he and Patrick Perkins, the assistant principal, have reached out to all of those families and are just waiting for responses. So the asterisk there represents, and I believe he said about 27 families who had not responded as of this morning, and they were still waiting to hear back. So that number is still in flux in terms of the final number there for Hale, in terms of what those numbers will look like when we bring all students back.
Todd, I just want to go back to 2 slides ago too. I just want to go back to the third, 29th and the 4-2. Deep cleaning of all buildings prior to return. Not only do we have to do the deep cleaning in these buildings, but we're worried about time. We've got a plan for it though, but to reset all of the buildings, right? For all of this to happen. So not only is it deep cleaning, but it's deep cleaning and reset of all of the buildings. So there's a lot of work that's got to go, because everything has to be marked out, everything's measured, everything's marked out. So it's a lot of work for our custodial and grounds crew, but they've got a really good plan. And I give Rob a lot of credit. You know, I think if memory serves me right, Todd, it was after the first meeting that we had with the commissioner, when you and I saw this coming, that we called him and said, make calls for tents this second.
And he did.
He did, yeah.
And
so
he had tents for us that afternoon.
You know, but that's not a cheap thing. I mean, those tents are very expensive, and I'm so grateful. So hats off to Rob and the team, because the amount of planning and work that they're having to do right now. And I would tell you too, with our nurses, the amount of planning that our nurses are having to do right now, as well as our principals. I mean, it's just, this is a huge lift for the district. So I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm just saying it's a huge lift for us. That's all. Todd, I think, is there anything that we might have missed?
I don't think so. That's, you know, we continue, as you know, day by day, we continue to learn new information, or so, you know, this is as current as today in our commissioner meeting, but as we said in our memos, as we get more information, we'll continue to share that with the communities through the memos that we put out.
And I think you'll start to see fewer district memos and more site-based specific memos that will start to head out, because the principals now will start to pick this up and offer information specific to their buildings. And each building is a little bit different, and so they want to make sure that they've captured those nuances.
And the only other thing that I didn't put on here, and you know, that was the other big announcement, that the MCAS dates for the elementary and middle school that were originally slated to begin April 5th have been pushed out to May because of this return.
Mm-hmm.
So those MCAS dates have been pushed to May, so that there's plenty of time for students to get into buildings, get adjusted, and for schools to build MCAS appropriate schedules with students back. So, and that guidance came out as well.
And just from a completely different lens, just from working at the state, I know that a lot of that is also connected with the federal government. And so that's why I can see why he's doing what he's doing with the high school right now, because there are a lot of nuances there that have to be captured before you roll this kind of thing out. And this MCAS, I don't think, Todd, you or I were surprised when we saw that come out. Quite frankly, we said, how much do you want to bet this is what he's going to do? You know, so, but there's a lot of background work that has to be done before anything like that, because it is a mammoth lift for the state to change that too. So I just want to put that on the table.
Okay.
So that's kind of an update from us right now of where we stand. We're having daily meetings, like hours long meetings almost every day right now, as we're pulling all of this together. And that's kind of where we sit at tonight.
Todd, thank you so much. I can't even imagine. My head is spinning, this undertaking. And it has been nonstop. Year. There has been no summer. It has been nothing. It has been nonstop plan, readjust, you know, listen to the DESE. But again, NASHOBA is ahead of the curve because of your hard work and the hard work of our administrators and all the teachers. And I'm so grateful to have this leadership team in place and everything. And again, it doesn't, you don't flip a switch and have this happen. And, you know, I think about the high school going from remote to hybrid and now, oh, you're going to go. So it just, there's so much work, but know how appreciative that we are for that and for your leadership. So
Thank you.
Leah?
I echo what you just said, Kathy. Thank you for saying it for me. Unreal. The pooled testing, maybe I just missed this. I thought we had opted out of that.
We have always left it on the table as an option. And so, but our concern, like we have mixed feelings on this. And I think we're, you know, I think I expressed some of this concern to you folks in an email. You know, if we only have 30 or 40% participation, then it's almost useless for us, quite frankly. And I just watch our nurses. I mean, it's one thing, and Todd and I had this discussion this morning. It's one thing that we're constantly on call all weekend long and every night, right? Since last March 13th. It's another thing for our nurses, because they're doing all the contact tracing, right? And the contact tracing is huge. And then they call all the parents, right? And then when you add that into the mix with like the mobile, you know, lab that's coming in and all the paperwork that goes with that. And it just like, I don't know, Todd, how many calls we had with Lisa Gobicki this weekend and almost every night, you know, because there's contact tracing somewhere in the district almost daily. And so I worry about the workload with our folks, quite frankly, and thinking, you know, is this just too much for it? I worry that I'm not sure the benefits are going to outweigh positives, you know, but we haven't thrown it out the window completely. It's still sitting there for us. And like we say, we've got the approval for it, you know, the paperwork's being done on it. And, you know, we're lining our nurses up because our nurses all have to have special training on this too, right? So it's not like, oh, you're a nurse, you get to do it. It doesn't, like they're going to have to go through additional training now during the days. And it's just a whole lot. And I just, personally, I just question it. That's all. And I know Lisa does, and I know our district doctor does as well, you know, not sure that this is the right.
We're definitely doing it yet. That it's just still on.
Definitely not doing it yet. We've got everything in play, ready to go. If we feel that we need to push this button, then we can do it. Like we're all set to do it. I'm just questioning, and that's why I wish I had had Lisa on and she could have spoken from the nurse's perspective right now, or Dr. Coleman's perspective. And, you know, the flip side of it is that we suspect that there's a community desire out there separate from what we would think would be appropriate. And so we're trying to toggle that right now. And I know that somebody had mentioned, I think Sharon had mentioned at one point in time, is it something to put a survey out and say, like, will you support this if we do this? Because it's a whole heck of a lot of work to do if we don't have, you know, and talking to, like, another thing just went around our superintendent's listserv today about it, and saying, from superintendent's group saying, who's doing this? And again, it's not like 100%, and it's for the exact same reasons. We're only getting 50% or 60%. Now, Harvard seems to be a little bit different because I think it's sitting at about 90%. And so that superintendent is saying, you know, this is working for us. And so that's great if it's working for them. That's awesome, you know. So we're sitting there, we're all set to do it. The question is, are we going to do it? So I would really like to have Lisa here with you to say, these are the concerns we have.
Amy, did you have a question? And then Elaine? Amy,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to start off with a comment and my gratitude for including the middle school grades in your rollout of the full return on April 5th in advance of the deadline. I know as a Florence Sawyer parent, it's really nice to keep our kids kind of, you know, in the K-8 experience and not divide them up with some going back and some staying home. So I wanted to thank you for that. The other question I had is kind of a follow-up with what you just talked about with the survey with pooled testing, because I've only heard community feedback that would express willingness to participate in it.
Right, I completely agree with you. That's exactly that was my point.
Yeah, so I think that a survey might be useful just to flesh that out, because it sounds like one of your concerns was related to low participation rates.
It is. That's exactly right. The flip side of it, though, is we have had emails in from parents. As much as you've heard that, we've heard the opposite too. You know, so that's why I say this is something that we're still toggling on right now, because I'm not sure. I don't know that we want to push forward with it if we don't have really solid buy-in from our community.
Elaine had a question.
Thanks. Yeah, I want to echo Kathy's sentiments with my thanks and appreciation for everything that you're about to do again.
Yes.
And I know you don't have the answers to this question right now, but regarding teacher changes for students coming back full-time or in the remote learning academies, do you anticipate a lot of teacher changes based on what you know right now? And will families know maybe the week before, a couple days before? When would you think they'll find that out?
So that,
do you want to take that?
Yeah, so that will be, the principals will have that information, and we are starting to sift through that information now. When we meet as a whole, when we take a look at the number of kids who are either moving from remote learning academy to full return, that's where we'll probably see most of any changes, because they're going from, and particularly at the middle school, the remote learning academy are a set of teachers that if they come back full return, they will then be, moved into teachers that are in the building. So that's where we'll see any sort of teacher shifts with students, and they will, doing everything to keep every other student who's in a hybrid with the current teacher that they have now. It's just those few students who opt to make that change from either they're in hybrid now and are going to go to remote learning academy, or vice versa.
I think I think it would be fair to say, Elaine, that our principals are acutely aware of trying to maintain that steady vessel for those children, so that they can try to stay with the same teacher as much as we possibly can across the district. So I would tell you that that's at the forefront of the thinking of our administrative team right now. I don't know, exactly as Todd said, I don't know if we can be successful with all of it, but please know that that's where we're starting.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I had a couple of questions to both the superintendent and the assistant superintendent regarding the recent vote of the state's Board of Education. I'll preface it by saying, sadly, I neither attended nor did I view the meeting. But my understanding is that the board granted the commissioner authority essentially to determine that hybrid and or remote teaching models would not count towards the required student learning time. Okay, so I guess the subtle issue here is that the commissioner is not ordering children back into school full time. He's basically just saying districts that continue with the hybrid will not meet the state's minimal requirements for student learning time. Okay.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, so that's it. All right. So my second part of the question is, and I know this is IO, so I will keep it to just two. I noticed surprisingly that the vote was not unanimous. It was 8-3 in favor. Yeah. And I'm wondering if you could just share with us, what was the dissent?
I don't have an answer on that. Todd, do you have an answer on that?
I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer on it. The vote came down late on Friday afternoon. The first vote we were able to watch, if I recall, we watched it, Brooke. Yeah. And we even watched part of the testimony. I know Fridays was a lot quicker, and it was Friday afternoon. We didn't have an opportunity to watch because we were heavily involved in PD on Friday. So I mean, it was all over the news. So I'm unaware of in terms of the dissent on the three dissenters. So I wouldn't want to speak to what specifically they were dissenting upon.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I think that we are ready to move on to unfinished business. Let me ask, the warrant signatories item, is that, I hate to say it, quick?
Oh, yes, that's very quick.
Let's do it.
Actually, both Alita and I did some research on this, and we determined that we can use DocuShare on DocuSign on that.
Oh, great.
There
That's
were-
awesome.
So there's a subscription involved in that, and we have very minimal use for it across the district. So I think it should be something that we can manage. So as long as you vote to do that, or if that's what you wish to do, then we can move forward.
So you need a motion to authorize the UPAT to sign us up for what you said, DocuShare?
DocuSign.
DocuSign. Okay, so that the warrants can be signed electronically.
Yes,
So
that's
moved.
correct.
Rich so moved it. Second.
Second.
All right, Elaine seconded. Okay.
Madam Chairman, before you call the roll, I do have a quick question about that. If we're going to go to DocuSign, does that now mandate that all members sign the
Good
the
question.
warrant? Or are we going to continue with Mr. Horish and Ms. Viverito as alternate?
I think that's up to you.
Okay, that's kind of what I was asking.
So can we get, would it be?
We can get some legal counsel on that, Joseph,
Yes.
and get back to you for the next meeting.
But I think the first step is to authorize it, correct? Any objections to taking the vote to authorize it, Mr. Gleason?
No objections on my part.
Okay, so now we'll vote. And let's start with Joe Gleason, shall we?
I'm all in favor of it, yes.
All right, Mike,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Elaine,
Yes.
Leah,
Yes.
Rich,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
me, yes, that's done. So now we will proceed to the FY22 budget vote. So Brooke?
Sure. So I had sent an email around to you the other day. We posted the new data, and I'm just going to kind of re-explain more for the public than our school committee members. So basically, when we, and Pat, feel free to jump in. I'll start, but then you can kind of jump in here if I'm missing anything. In short, we felt once we took a look at the order of operations for the month of January, where we can clearly see that some of the COVID money has found its way into the district officially now. And so we were able to use that to offset COVID costs, which basically put us back into a much healthier position. And we feel very confident right now that we should be able to put the $1 million back into E&D that we, in essence, borrowed or took out for this current year's budget. And you know that every year we try really hard to make sure that we put that amount of money back in to replenish E&D so that the next fiscal year we're able to take it out again. And so with that said, when we took a look at that, and it, I know that in the commissioners meeting today, there was a mention of ESSER 2, and that's the first we've seen anything more concrete about ESSER 2 monies. But we do know that the ESSER 1 is through the CVFR, I think it is.
CVRF.
Thank you. And the CARES, I mean, that's all starting to find its way into our district now and to help us. So I think that we feel comfortable in being able to put $1 million back into E&D to replenish it. So with that said, we had a lot of discussion on this, and we felt strongly that we should be able to then turn around and take 1.2 million from E&D next year and block it against for revenue rather than just the 1 million. And basically that equates to basically the $200,000, right? So you're basically in that ballpark. And so that eliminates that amount of money for cuts because we're putting that chunk of cash, so to speak, back into as revenue. Now, I know, Pat, you're going to go through the, you've got a couple of slides here, I think, that you're going to put up, and we'll show you where we're sitting, where we're heading right now with cuts, and we'll talk that through in a bit as well. But that was the big change. Now, the other thing that I want to point out is that this doesn't affect at all the town's assessment. So those numbers stay exactly the same. This is just revenue that the district is comfortable in putting back into the budget for next year. What that ultimately does is I think it boosts the budget differential, I think, Pat, to 1.8 rather than 1.71.
It's actually 2.06%.
Okay, thank you. But the towns stay the same. So Bolton stays at the 2.94, I think it is. Lancaster is, I think, 3.53, and I think Stow is minus 0.42. I think those are the ballparks. But Pat, do you want to just put those sheets up quickly, and we'll just kind of talk them through quickly?
Sure. Did you want me to put up the results of operations first?
Yeah, actually,
Okay,
let's do that. That's a great idea. I know it's not on the agenda, but you can tell why we feel this right now.
Right. You can see that I've gone through and done an extensive look into the detail, made projections made on previous grant funding, new grant funding, and anticipated grant funding. So we're in a much better place than we were even a month ago. There's about a $500,000 difference. And so definitely between December and January. So does anybody have any questions about that first?
I have one comment. Can I just make a comment, Pat, on this? Now, one of the things, I just want to go over this whole notion of results of operations. This again started about what, 4 years ago, Pat? I think that we started doing this, or Steve, 3 or 4 years ago. And you'll recall that it was in part because of the forensic audit that was done. And they said, you know, put the real numbers up there, the numbers that you think are actually going to happen, even though you're going to see dramatic shifts one way or the other. So, you know, even though you see that bottom line number there right now, that number could still change as a result of us bringing all students back in on April 5th for transportation. So there are going to be some things here that you're still going to see, but we still feel confident with what we're seeing that we will be able to put that $1 million back in.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pat, sorry.
So does anybody have any questions about this? Because usually I bring this to Budget and Warrant Committee, and I didn't yet. So usually we talk about this in detail. So
and we'll still do that at the next Budget and Warrant meeting.
Yes. So the next thing I wanted to bring up was the revenue report, and that will show you the $1.2 million. I'm waiting for Alita to bring that up for me now.
Thank goodness for Alita. We're so appreciative of her.
And you can see the $1.2 million as opposed to the $1 million that we had originally put into the budget. And now next, if you could bring in the executive summary. About halfway down, or she's just zoomed it in a little bit. You can see where it says fiscal year 22 unspecified direct district-wide changes. It's gone from 1.2 million to 1.044492. So that's
Can you put your cursor on that, and could we bump this up a little bit?
Can you see that, Alita?
Yeah, she's
okay,
zooming in.
Okay, so now the line item you're talking about, can you?
It starts FY22, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down in the underneath the purple.
I see. Okay.
And you'll
Under
see
the
that
purple.
it was, yeah,
I
you'll
see.
see the 1 million and then 4,492.
Yeah.
And then Alita, I think, Alita, you have a sheet there, I believe, too, that we can bring up that are showing the projection for potential cuts. And I'm going to talk that through just quickly too, if you can. Thanks.
Someone has
So-
some background noise on, if you could please.
I think that's Steve. Actually, I think Steve might want to mute. So positions identified for cuts right now. This is, we keep a running log of positions, and this really has been distilled down to be really quite simple for tonight, because I just want to put out there every time what we're really trying to do is springboard from our natural attrition. So that's teachers who are retiring, whatever. You're saying, okay, well, we're not going to fill that position specifically, but sometimes if you've got somebody else in that building that maybe has a certification that you can put nicely into that, then sometimes that position isn't cut, but the position behind is cut. So right now, because it's too early, we don't let our staff know generally until closer to April, because we still have so much that can change yet, right? ESSER 2 money could come in that we're not expecting right now. It could come in a different way than we've been told it's going to come in. I think the municipal associations, Pat, I think had some type of a webinar the other day for municipal leaders on this. And so it's just finding its way to us. If that comes through, a lot of this might change as well. But right now, this is kind of the tentative framework that we are working from right now. But this could change. I just want to put that out there.
And this represents that 1 million unspecified cuts that we have in the budget.
So can Alita, thanks for sharing the screen. So in a nutshell, I think, Pat, I think we've kind of gone over the major change, and that was really because the order of operations, when it came through positive, because we are starting to see some of that COVID money come through and offset our COVID costs. That's really the number one reason why we're in the position we're sitting tonight. And I also want to say too, please don't think that money just drops in from the air, because it doesn't. And Todd, I saw you laugh right away, because you know how hard this has been. I think you did the ESSER 1 grant, right? Yeah. So please don't think that, we just wake up and suddenly we get a note that we've got, I don't know, $300,000 in the bank as a grant. That's not how this has been at all. We have to justify, we have to explain, we have to give the backup.
We have to spend the money.
Yeah.
We have to spend the money, and then they reimburse us.
Yeah. So I hats off, Todd, Pat, Michelle, you guys have just done an amazing job. I know Anne Marie's in the thick of all of this too. So we just want to thank everybody who's worked so hard to bring that money into our district. So it's not been easy. It's been a lot of work on top of everything else. So special thanks to them. So that's just a nutshell of where we're at tonight. Any questions? And
What I want to do is go through the committee and see if there are questions and/or comments.
Sure.
So start with folks who may have an immediate question or comment. If you raise your hand. Okay, so there's Mike. Who else? Amy? Anyone else? Okay, Mike?
Yep, thank you. So to the superintendent, I know you just went over this, and I apologize if I didn't follow it correctly, but it sounds like we got grant money that we didn't expect to have that will now go into E&D. Is that right?
It's not quite that simple. Basically, we have now received some COVID money, some COVID grant money that will offset our costs. And it was as a result of some of those offsets that frees up money that had initially paid for that. Would that be a good way of explaining it, Pat?
Well, actually, it's more like the qualifications for the grant changed in January. So basically what happened, there are things that we've had to absorb into our budget that now we can fund with the grant.
That's right.
So, and that's what's helping to relieve some of this.
And
so,
we've done several amendments to these grants. And so but at the end of the day though, Pat, you're right. All of that is correct, of course. But the bottom line is that's helping to offset the funds so that we have these basic funds that we were counting on all along freed up again.
Right.
And that's the money that would fall over into E&D.
I don't think that's.
Stephen, you have
Can
to
I?
recognize. Steve, excuse me. Mike, do you
Yeah,
have
so
any questions?
yeah, just to be clear though, that money is not being used to offset the unspecified cuts. That money is already going in a different direction. The unspecified cuts remain.
Exactly.
They are.
Right.
Great. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, Amy?
Regarding the budget cuts that on the slide that was just shared, the 11 full-time equivalent positions, I know Mike just asked about grant money that has already come in, that's been used to offset money that was already spent. I'm wondering how much wiggle room there is, or if there's any possibility that future federal grant money or money that's might be expected to come through future grants
And that is possible.
It is.
It is a possibility.
It is a possibility. There is a possibility there could be more money coming in.
Yeah.
But we just don't know it right now as we sit here tonight.
Yeah.
And there could be more money for next year too, but we don't know. It could be anything from 10. I see some districts, they get very little. 10,000, it could be 100,000, could be more. I don't know. We really don't know. It depends on what they're targeting at that point.
Okay. And just for the benefit of the community, my understanding is that, we've arrived at these numbers because of if we don't approve this budget that's been presented to us, there's a chance that increasing spending would throw our own town's finances into turmoil at this point in the stage of the game, right? I mean, we've arrived at these numbers after a series of steps and communication back and forth with the towns as to their tolerance for increasing their spending on their portion of the budget. I just want to make sure the community understands that it's been a long process, and at this point, this is where we've landed, and this is built with the input from our member towns. Is that a fair way of saying
That's
it?
correct.
Okay.
Steve? You all set? Any other questions or comments for Brooke? Leah?
Well, I'm not sure that it's a question. It's more of a comment. Is that okay, Kathy?
Of course.
So I am deeply dismayed by 11 cuts being made because we are not committing more money for our public schools. I think cutting 11 positions right now is not something that every other district is doing. So this is not really a COVID thing. This is something that, Brooke, I think that you've said we've now made cuts. This is our third year making cuts. Is that right?
That's correct.
That is wholly unacceptable to me. The fact that at our budget hearing, you said that this could mean we lay off all of our librarians. We are going to close all of our libraries.
We had talked about that as an option. We had
That's
laid
an
out some
option.
options, yeah.
Right. So it's important for people to understand what 11 FTEs really means. It's all of our librarians and all of the library assistants. Plus, right, because that's only probably maybe 60% of the number. Plus, you mentioned another option would be cutting our entire 8th grade Spanish program. So that I know my son is going into 8th grade next year. My kids are good with language. I was hoping that he would have that opportunity when a lot of districts are offering it from kindergarten. So, when we talk about comparing ourselves, the NASHOBA public schools, in the grand scheme of things in this state, this grand state of education, I want people to understand that it costs money. And if we are going to continue to make cuts every single year, I will guarantee that this $1 million is not going to reappear in our budget next year to rehire all of our librarians. They're gone. And so I am not in favor of this budget. I don't know what is happening at the town level. I'm hopeful that over the next few months, I'm going to start paying more attention, and I'm going to encourage my neighbors to do the same, There's something amiss right now in our town municipal budgets where we are having to cut our public schools at this rate, especially at a time where we actually should be starting to invest more as best we can within the limits, but cutting 11 positions is not where we should be right now. And I'm upset about it.
Thank you, Leah. Any other comments? Rich?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo my colleague, Ms. Viverito's sentiments. I'm very concerned. I've had a number of former school committee members and other citizens in Stow that have called me and to tell me they're worried about the NASHOBA schools and that we're not investing enough in them. I think there are some structural realities with some of, we happen to benefit by the way, we being Stow, benefit by the way the formula works. But I don't feel good about it, right? I don't feel good that for 2 of the last 3 years, our assessments have gone down. There are some benefits, but we're not funding it properly. And I have a lot of concerns about it. I think the district has done a lot to accommodate different towns' structural problems, but I think it's a question of priorities. I think the priorities right now are, if you, I don't know if Pat or Brooke can mention it, but if the budget went up by 1.7% this year, what did it go up by last year and the prior year? Because it probably has been less than inflation. I don't know if you have those numbers handy.
I don't think I have those numbers handy, to be honest with you.
I believe they're in the packet from the last meeting.
We'd have to get back to you on that, Rich.
There's a bar graph. It's in the meeting materials from last week. There's actually a bar graph that shows budget increase over 5 years.
Yeah, okay. So I would have to look it up, but I don't believe it's I just believe we're underinvesting in our schools. And I felt like that before I came onto the school committee. And it concerns me. It concerns me also that the state of some of the town's municipal budgets are such that they literally can't afford it. I don't, it's a question of priorities. And I think that the parents in each of the communities need to think through what are the priorities and then talk to their leaders about what the priorities are so that they invest properly in the schools. And, I think Stow is thankfully, in a place where we have the flexibility to talk about this. And I'd like to see the other member towns work with their leaders to get their municipal budget priorities in a place where they can plan, basically the budget is going to go up by 3 to 4% every year from the schools. Just bank on it. Put it into your plan, look 2 or 3 years ahead, and then allocate the spending properly. If you want to know what's in it for you, if you're not a parent, I can tell you the biggest driver of your home property values is the performance of the school. So if you're wondering why it should matter, why you should invest in schools, it's good for our community, but it's also good for your property values. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Other comments or questions for Brooke? Elaine?
Yeah, I share some of the same concerns that my colleagues had mentioned, but I wanted to make a comment that kind of takes it in a different direction. I'm going to vote to approve the budget because if the money's not there, the money's not there. And I understand that. But in my time on the school committee, I think there has been a growing disconnect between our community's expectations for what a school district should deliver and their ability to pay for that, our ability to pay for that. And like I said, if the money's not there, the money's not there. There will never be enough money or time to do all of the things that we want to do. We can say that as human beings, not just as a school district. But that means we also need to be realistic about our expectations. And we hear a lot about why don't we have what this other district has, and why aren't we doing what this other district is doing? And I think a lot of it comes back to many years of doing the best we can with the money that we have. But the longer this goes on, the more those cracks show. So I just think that we either need to be more realistic about our expectations, or like my colleague said, we need to change the way we invest in our schools.
Thank you. Other comments? Mike?
Oh,
Yeah, thank you. So one of the primary responsibilities of the school committee is to pass a budget. Right now, the budget is being offered to us, and as Amy said, this has been a process that has gone through the town officials of all three towns for months. But once, if and when we approve this budget becomes ours. And so we have to be able to, in a sense, defend the budget, defend the numbers, defend those lines, and effectively defend those cuts. I am in a position as a representative of Bolton where this budget addresses my town's particular needs. I believe it addresses Lancaster's particular financial needs as well. And in that way, I am, I guess, as optimistically as I can put it, satisfied with where we've landed. But as an educator and as a school committee representative, I'm under no false pretenses that these numbers impoverish our schools. I don't think anyone on this committee is happy with $1 million in cuts, staff cuts. I mean, that's really big, and that is impactful. This kind of thing is not sustainable. And I think that if we continue to go down this path, we are going to see a noticeable decline in the quality of the education that we're able to deliver to our communities. So, you know, I am in favor of this budget because, again, it is the best balance that I think we can find that serves both my town's financial needs and the ability to meet, I guess, minimal or even sub-minimal needs for our district. But I'm by no means head over heels about the budget. It's a very difficult position to be in. And I know that our Bolton representatives are already planning on meeting with our advisory and have been in touch with our town administrators. And we're going to be starting to do that work next week, literally next week for our next budget. So I do want people to know that there are gears in motion, but you know, this is a real issue, right? I mean, this is why we moved here. This is probably why all parents have moved here, is because of the education. And if we want that high quality education, if we consider ourselves a high achieving district, then we need to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph and then Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Since nobody from Lancaster has spoken on the budget, I will take it upon myself to do so. And I wish I could come before this committee and say, you know, all three towns are the same, all three towns are equal, but they're not. And I think that for the four of us from Lancaster, we've gotten a very clear and concise direction from our finance committee. And I think this is the budget that will satisfy them. I will point out to those members of the committee who are not in the budget warrant subcommittee that the only person who's been at our budget warrant subcommittee meetings is one of the representatives from the Lancaster Finance Committee. And he has been supportive of our efforts in this regard. I know he's taken that back to our finance committee, but I just want to say that, you know, it takes two of the three communities, but I think that experience, at least from where I am in Lancaster and from my fellow Lancaster representatives, that you know, if this is not the budget that we present, and if we increase the budget, there's a distinct chance at our town meeting that they may not approve it. And for those members who are new to this committee, this wouldn't be the first time but the town of Lancaster has voted down an initiative from this district. So I concur with Mr. Horish. I think we need to be responsive to our communities. I wish I could say that we were as flush with cash as Stow, but we are not. And it's just the makeup of our community and the makeup of our constituency. So I'm fully supportive of this budget. I agree with everything that's been said here, but I think ultimately we need to get a budget that's going to be passed. And I think this is the budget that's going to do it.
Thank you. Steve?
Yes, I've been involved with the budget committee for the last 3 of my 4 years on the board, and every year it's a challenge. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that everyone has said. We've got to somehow get our constituents to look at this as to look at the school budget as something positive in their lives rather than as something negative. And I know that the property values in the towns, that's part of the formula that's used to allocate our budget in different percentages to the different towns. But I agree that if you want a top-notch school system, you've got to pay for it. And we've got to pay for it. And we have to get the towns of the mindset that they're going to pay for it. Yes, there are problems. Bolton losing the international for a year, the taxes from international for a year, that hit them hard. Hopefully with the sale of the property and with some of the other developments that's going on in the town, they'll be able to come back and say, hey, we can be a little freer this year, or we have a little bit more that we can talk with you about. Lancaster, with its various developments going on, hopefully in the next year to 2 years, that will be an advantage. And Stow, some of the developments that they're talking about here will be an advantage. But people have to understand, people move to these towns because they want to be in part of the NASHOBA school system. They know it's an outstanding system, but we can't keep a caviar system on a hamburger budget. And as we move forward, we have to all be cognizant of this fact, and we have to defend it at every possible turn. That's all I have to say. Kathy, if you're ready for, or is anyone else who has any
Yes,
comments?
I see Mary has her hand up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mary.
I do. And I want to echo what so many people have said, that this level of cuts is not sustainable to be able to maintain the level of the education in the NASHOBA Regional School District. And I also have confidence in the administration in that they understand and don't want to make these cuts in terms of personnel, and would do everything possible through attrition, through anything that they can do creatively, that the cuts, and I've seen this over and over in education and other districts, that perhaps all the cuts won't have to happen. However, I think if one thing that this year has taught all of us, if we didn't already know this, is that there is no more valuable resource for our district than our teaching staff and the administration, I mean, all the educators. And when we just look very coldly at the numbers, that teacher salaries and benefits in almost every district, I mean, it's just a fact of life, that it's 80% or almost 80%. So when the towns are looking at the biggest budget in the town, which is always the school, and looking like, look at how much you're spending, right from the get-go, we've got 80% in terms of what we are valuing as our absolutely most valuable resource. And everybody knows that now from this year of the pandemic. I mean, there's just no doubt, nobody can make an argument to say that there is anything, if we had to get rid of everything, but we would be able to keep our teachers. So it's very difficult to look at any kind of cuts in personnel in our teachers or teaching assistants or in any of that. And so to go back to what Leah said, that's just heartbreaking. However, I'm in favor of this budget right now, but going forward, I mean, there's no way that we can sustain these cuts and have the same level of education that we do. And I think whoever, maybe it was Elaine, talking about always being compared to other districts. Well, that's a pitfall in one sense, but also some of those districts are the districts that we are compared to. And if we don't fund our schools, not just property values, but the school district itself will start to deteriorate and unravel. And it's a competitive field for the very best teachers. And we have loyal, dedicated teachers at NASHOBA. However, if we continue to do the kind of cuts that we're faced with, then there are other places. There are a lot of places around where people wouldn't mind traveling a little bit. Teachers may, to be able to have salaries that are more in line with their qualifications and their teaching. So I mean, this is a reckoning right now. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy that our Bolton school committee members will be meeting with the advisory, because talking about next year, well, it's time to start thinking about that. And I have some very specific comments just for Bolton that I will save for that meeting, but it's time. This has to be the end of doing this in this way as we go forward, or we won't be going forward with the same kind of reputation, and most importantly, the same level of education for the students, the wonderful students that we're representing and looking out for their best interest in the NASHOBA Regional School District.
Thank you, Mary. Any other comments or questions? I just want to say that I agree with everything that has been said. I don't like this budget. I don't like that we've had to make these cuts second year in a row. But we're in a position now where, again, I think the nature of this year and how the upheaval it has caused in education, but also in the towns, and I understand all that. But I agree that moving forward, there has to be conversations. So the model that Bolton has with their budget advisory committee and members of the school committee engaging in a dialogue with them, I think might be a good model, and maybe Lancaster and Stow see where those opportunities are to have those conversations starting now for next year. And I debated whether or not I was going to say this, but maybe because I'm tired, I don't know, I'm going to say it. It occurs to me, and I've been on the school committee for 6 years, and I have seen 6 budgets passed, and also have sat through town meetings and meetings with FinComs, and heard about meetings with FinComs in the other towns. And what strikes me is that we always hear about how the towns are affected, and we have always expressed concern that we want to be in partnership with the town, and we understand. I've never, in my memory, heard the other way, the town saying to us, how are these cuts going to affect our schools? What does this mean for our kids? It is about dollars. It says that's important, but you don't spend money on education, you invest it. This is an investment. And maybe this is where we're at this year and moving forward. How do we get people to understand that it's an investment? You're not throwing money out the window. And how do we establish the relationships with our towns to build that understanding? And then several folks mentioned it, engaging the community, our parents, to understand the type of advocacy that we need, because there's got to be a better balance than there is now. But this is where we're at. I have to commend Brooke and Pat and Todd and everyone who's worked on this budget, because it has been hellish. The type of work that goes into getting a budget done, but then realizing that there are cuts that need to be made while maintaining the integrity of your core curriculum and some other things. It's difficult, and I don't envy the work. But about 2 weeks ago, we were at 1.2 million in cuts. Now it's around 1 million. If the Esser ship sails in, it might be less than that, but I have complete faith in Brooke and her team that these cuts will be mitigated in whatever way is possible. And we will be getting more information about mitigation of the cuts and more detail of what everything means as we move forward. But we have a job to do tonight. For budget votes, it requires a 2/3 majority of the committee, and for us, that is 8 votes. So I'm going to give everyone one last opportunity to ask a question or make a comment.
I'd like to express a comment.
Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, I mean, from the moment that I saw that there were going to be unspecified cuts in this budget, I've not been happy about the prospect of voting to approve this budget, because I don't, like Mike said, I don't want to be in the position of having to defend any cut to any service in our district. But what I've come to learn is that our towns cannot support, we've been told by our member towns that we can't support anything more than what this budget has in it. So out of respect for that process and the advisory committee, you know, my member town, I will vote in support of this budget, but it's not going to bring me any pleasure at all.
I don't think anybody's happy, Amy. I mean, it just doesn't. And Elaine, you know, captured this idea that there are high expectations for us. We have an exceptional, the personnel in this school district is exceptional. Brooke and her administrative team are exceptional. Our teaching staff are exceptional. And people have high expectations. The fact of the matter is that you need to be able to invest in meeting those expectations, and then to compare us to districts who don't have the fiscal issues that our region has is ridiculous. But that's not what we're here to debate. We need to move forward, and I'll give, Sharon, go ahead.
I just want to follow up a little bit on something that you just said, Kathy, but I want to start by saying I agree with everything that everyone has said, and we really need to think about this and do some real soul searching as communities to see how we can make some better, maybe some better different choices, or a better way to go through this in future years. But Kathy, you said that Brooke and Pat and the team will do everything they can to mitigate this as much as possible. And I know that, I believe that, and that is absolutely true. I have absolute faith in that. That does not mean that the people in our communities can sit back and say, you know, this problem will magically disappear. Everybody works their hardest to make things work and make things come together. And we see that happening again and again and again. But in the end, that does not make the issue go away. This is something that we need to address in an ongoing kind of way.
Thank you, Sharon. All right, anyone else? Okay. We have a series of motions for this budget because Brett has a relative who works in the district. We've had to separate out salary and benefits. Brett cannot participate in that vote, but Brett, you should probably abstain so it's on the record. So I have asked Steve Rubenstein to make the motions relative to the budget. So Steve, would you start, please?
I move to adopt the fiscal year 22 budget line items for salaries and benefits in the total amount of $47,359,257.
Okay. I vote yes. Amy?
Wait,
We have a
We
second.
need a second.
I'll second it. Second.
Oh, thanks, Mary. So Steve made
Okay.
the motion, Mary seconded, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I vote yes. Amy?
Yes.
Brett?
Abstain.
Rich?
Can you come back to me at the end, please?
Yes. Joseph?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Elaine?
Yes.
Leah?
No.
Rich?
No.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Eight
5,
to 2.
7, 8. Yay, 2, nay, 1 abstain. Okay, thank you. Steve, would you make the second motion, please?
I move to adopt the all other and excluding salaries and benefits, non-salary operational and assessments costs in the amount of $11,863,684 in the fiscal year 22 budget.
I'll second it.
Mary seconds. Brett, you can vote on this one. Okay, so I will start with Leah.
No.
Elaine?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Rich?
No.
Brett?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
And me, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, and 2 no. Okay, final motion, Steve?
I move to adopt the total fiscal year 22 budget in the amount of $59,222,941, a 2.06% increase.
And Brett,
I'll
you can
second it.
on this one, and Mary seconded. Thank you. Mike Horish,
Yes.
Mary,
Whoops. Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Elaine,
Yes.
Leah,
No.
me, yes, Amy,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Rich,
No.
Joseph.
Yes.
Okay, that's 9 yes, 2 no. So we have adopted the FY22 budget with numerous objections. I want to thank everybody for their thoughtful work on this and the thoughtful discussions that we have had. We have a meeting scheduled for Monday at 6. If there are no objections, I would like to move to that agenda consideration of items for the March 24th agenda. The next agenda on Monday will include approval of the letter and an application for the superintendent search, and also one other item, Brooke, relative
Sure,
to.
thank you.
MSBA. Go ahead.
Right, because this just came in yesterday and I did ship a copy out to all of you so you could see that MSBA had sent their letter of certification. So we need a turnaround of 2 weeks on that. And so in order for us to do that, I said to Kathy, we're going to need another meeting. So probably either next Monday night or Tuesday night or whatever. So it sounds like this was perfect timing. So now we've got a meeting. So, but let's do that first and then you can do your other business second if that would work for you.
Brooke, I'm still in charge here. We'll see.
I'm just saying, I would like to suggest that, that's all I'm saying, but I am super excited that I had a great phone call with the MSBA the other day, and it looks like we're closing in on the end of our eligibility period, which is so exciting. And it looks like, you know, if the timing goes right on this, and I'm hoping that it will, I think it's going to really leave your new superintendent in a great position to take it to the next level. So, so I'm super excited for the school district. This was huge.
Thank you again, and the work and organization you've done to get us to this point.
I'm very proud. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So if there are no objections, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
10:05.
So moved.
Steve moved. Second.
Second.
Okay, here we go. Leah.
Yes.
Elaine.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Sharon.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Rich.
Yes.
Brett.
Yes.
Amy.
Yeah.
And me. Yes. Thank you, everyone. I will
Seconded that.
I think Mary seconded it.
Oh,
I heard
okay.
a bunch of people yell at the same time. Was it Mary?
They're ready to be done tonight. Yes,
Mary and I have been doing the 1-2 tonight.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.